Happy Saturday, everybody. Captain Coder here with another beautiful wake up and code. Captain Coder says, good morning. That's me. I don't know why I said Captain Coder says. Why do I get talk in third person that way? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you so much for being here with me on this beautiful day. For anyone who doesn't know, if you haven't already gotten in on it, the Captain Coder drink tumbler is getting the giveaway ends today. You got to get on there. You got to click. This first one, the Tana reaction, seems to be the one that will actually register you. All these other ones are I thought you could react any way you wanted. But apparently that's not true. You got to click this one here that has the 28 on it. Make sure you click that first one there to get entered to win, folks. You could win yourself your very own Captain Coder tumbler. Look at this beautiful. You're gonna be winning. You need it. It's 16-ounce orange laser engraved Captain Coder tumbler. I'll ship it anywhere in the world where the United States Postal Service will allow me to ship it. So be sure to get in on that giveaway, folks. Good morning, Maybe John. So nice to have you here. As always, you are always welcome to lurk here. And we know that you have many places to lurk on Twitch, and we're happy you chose to lurk here. We're happy you enjoyed enough to lurk here. So thank you for that, my friend. Thank you very much. Daniel of the Dark says hello, Daniel of the Dark. Welcome aboard, my friend. So nice to have you here. Sigian seems to be a little bit disturbed by the language choice. The name of the language, I'm calling it Diceling++. There's some reason for that. So I have like an older version that was just Diceling, and so this one's gonna be the dice language, but it's gonna have functions. It's gonna have more stuff in it. So I'm calling it Diceling++. It's a terrible name, I know. I don't know what else to call it. Maybe got a better name. Maybe I could call it DL++. Or DL sharp, maybe D sharp. Ooh, I could call it D sharp for dice sharp for, no, okay. All right, folks, so what are we gonna try and get done today? It is, we're gonna try and implement our own simple interpreted programming language this week, not just in one day, because that maybe you could do it in one day. This week, we're gonna try and implement a simple interpreted programming language using C# and .NET. I thought it might be fun to do some F# stuff, but maybe not. I've tried F#, wasn't the biggest fan of it. It was a little bit painful for me to do, but we're going to be using a parser combinator library here. So you might do like a library where you come in and you would use like regular expressions or something to parse. We're going to use a parser combinator library to make our lives a little bit easier, using a parser combinator library called Sprock. I'm not entirely sure how it's pronounced, but we're going to get that set up. So the first thing we're going to do is we want to get our abstract syntax tree implemented in the code so we can have a little interpreter. To actually interpret and run the code. Configure the project. So the first thing we're going to do is going to configure the project, add the dependencies that we want. So we're going to make a C# project. We're going to make it use a .NET Standard 2.1 so that we can drop it into a variety of different places. We're going to add the dependencies. We're going to add in the Sprack dependency. We're going to add in the Captain Coder core dependency. We're going to implement an abstract syntax tree after that for basic language, for numeric types. And then I want to write a little parser for all the different atom types and see if we can get that, write a little quote unquote, I'm calling it a program, it's not really a program, but write values, have a little REPL, a little read-eval print loop that we can do. We can type notations into and get output from. So that's our goals today. Gonna see if we can get it done. I don't know how far we're gonna make it. All I've done so far is I set up a repository called Diceling. So anyone who wants to follow the source code can check it out, see how we're doing it. But let's hop in. So I'm gonna open up a terminal here, and I'm gonna create a new solution file. So .NET new SLN. So I'm gonna create a high-level solution file, and then I'm gonna make a folder for our actual Diceling. So Captain Coder.Diceling. So inside of Captain Coder.Diceling, we are gonna add a new project here. MMO Pug, happy Saturday, my friend. Thank you for the hype wave. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? How are you? So we're doing .NET new class lib here. So this isn't going to be a construct. This is a library that we can use to do some stuff. And then we'll probably have a REPL be like off to the side of it. So we have this, and you could use Visual Studio or some sort of IDE to do all this wiring up. For some reason, I really enjoy doing it from the command line. So we're going to add this dice, dice lang here. In this project, we need to actually we're going to come back up to the top right here. Our solution is going to do, we're going to add that .NET add SLN for solution add. We're going to add a reference to our dice lang here, get that connected. So now if I did a .NET build, right now I only have one CS proj, so it just builds the one, but I can do that from the solution section. It's going to build all of the dependencies throughout. And the reason we're doing that is that the dice lang is going to have a unit test, and then there's also going to be a console app, which is going to be our REPL, our read eval print loop, and that is going to use the dice lang, but the dice lang doesn't need to know about it. So the test project, which we're going to do now, so we're going to make another make their dice lang captain coder.dicelang.tests. So we'll go into that one, .tests. And in here, I'm doing .NET new. Ooh, I probably should have specified my framework. We'll edit that in the CS proj. XUnit. All right, create a new XUnit. This needs to reference our dicelang project, so we can write unit test on that dicelang project. So .NET add reference captain coder.dicelang there. So this makes it so that we can, anything that's written in the captain coder dicelang that is public can be accessed by our test, and we might actually add a thing in here where we can reference it otherwise. You can make, so one of the things I've learned, I wish I had my book here. My book's sitting in another room. I might have to grab it. Is that you can have, what we got Autumn on here. Hey, sorry, need job coder. Thank you so much. I love you too. I love you too. But be careful with that little extra added thing there. The last thing you added on that, it's a little bit insensitive. I understand it. It was meant in a good. It was meant in a good context. So I appreciate that. Might be offensive to some people though, so just be a little careful. But I love you too, need job coder. I love you too. Devro says, Captain, how is it going? What are we doing? Welcome back, Devro. So nice to have you here. Folks, if you guys don't know Devro, incredible developer. Let's see, I have a Devro command, I think. Devro, boom, nope, Dev. Oh, is my command right? There it is, Devro. I always get it wrong. I try to make it simple for myself, then it ends up making it a little bit more complex. Devro says, is an incredibly talented developer and 3D artist working on a real-time strategy game. Gotta go check out his Twitch, folks. Give him some love. Hit that little heart button, give him some love. Royku says, meow, 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 me, meow. Welcome aboard, Royku. So happy to have you here. So happy to have you here in kitty form, my friend. Deborah, what are we working on today? We are implementing our very own interpreted programming language, or at least we're trying to do. Trying to implement a programming language in which dice notation is a primitive type. I would like to have dice notation be a primitive type. And so what does that mean? I would like to be able to write, I would be able to write programs like this. Let me just make a new file here. I'd like to be able to write programs where you could say things like 3 plus 4d7. And this would generate a number by rolling 4 7-sided dice, and it would just put it in there. So I want a language where you could do something like let x equal 3 plus 4d7, and this is just a numeric type, a numeric primitive type that's built into the language that you can do randomness with. So I really like this idea. So you could potentially have something like, I don't know, I deleted it. If 3d6 is less than 10, do something. That would be the idea here. Is you could just sprinkle that dice notation anywhere in your program to add randomness somewhere. If you wanted a number that was between 1 and 100, boom, that's how you would do it. So I'm creating a programming language in which dice notation is a primitive type in the language. That's the idea. I'm going to save this as examples. Other people might ask. Think it's Rust, which is interesting. That's fascinating to me. The syntax there, it thinks it's Rust. That's funny to me. But yeah, we're gonna see if we can implement a programming language An interpreted, let me be very clear, an interpreted programming is writing compiled languages, a bit of a step further from that. All right, so it's gonna be an interpreted language. Okay, so right now, the first thing I'm doing is I'm just configuring my project, adding dependencies, setting up the different CS projects and solution file. I like to do it from the terminal. It's good in my brain. I like to know what's going on. If you're using Visual Studio or Writer or some other program, it'll do all of this stuff for you. So I'm in my test. I'm just adding a reference to my DiceLang here. And then I'm gonna go up a directory. I'm gonna make one more because I know I'm gonna have my my read eval print loop, my REPL. So captain coder.dicelang.REPL is gonna be the last one. And this one's gonna be a console project. So this is going to be the thing that interprets. You can feed this like a source file and it'll run through and execute it here for you. This one needs to reference the DiceLang as well. So .NET add reference to captain coder DiceLang. Okay. And then lastly, in our solution file, we want to add in references to each of our libraries. .NET SLN add captain coder.REPL and then captain coder.test. And the reason you want to use a solution file, these are like sort of, you know, if you're doing Unity stuff, we've talked about assemblies. These are separate, isolated assemblies, but they are related, and we have one big project called a solution. So if I do .NET build on the solution, it'll actually compile all of the projects. So you see projects 1 of 3 is getting compiled here. All right, I'm noticing that in my repository it has a bunch of extra stuff. I'm gonna add in a gitignore file here so that I'm not committing my bin or obj folders. These are compilation folders that are not necessary. So I'm gonna do a code.gitignore here. Thindle, welcome my friend. Thindle, hello, how are you? My chat is not showing up on the screen. I turned that off last stream and just never turned it back on apparently. I was showing some text over there on that side. Thindle, how are you on this beautiful, what is today, Saturday? How are you, my friend? Thindle says if you create your stuff from GitHub, they have a couple of pre-made ignore files for different languages like .NET. They don't have one for .NET. From what I've seen, I've tried, I don't think they have one for .NET. Oh, did they just add one? I'm gonna go check it out. Whenever I create a new repository, I've never seen one for .NET. Let's check it out. I know they have one for Unity. All right, create a new repository. Ignore template net. What do I type in here to get it? They don't have one for .NET. C#. Or do I have to go to? It's not built into GitHub. It might be somewhere else. Yeah, so they don't have one for GitHub specifically. If you go through their website, they don't have one. Let's see what the Microsoft one suggests. Ooh, this one's good. I usually just sort of add these things in by hand as I go. Ooh, this is a really good one. I don't use Visual Studio as the thing. So there's a lot of stuff in here that I wouldn't actually need. But yeah, I typically just add in the bin and OBJ, the SLNs, certain things. Yeah, this is good. The debug, build results, because I don't put my builds out there like that. Good point. But let's just, for anyone who doesn't know, we're gonna go ahead and put this in here this way. I do bin and OBJ in my gitignore. And you'll notice these folders get grayed out. Now I only have 10 files. In fact, this will propagate to all of the subdirectories. So I have three projects, and then all of the bins and OBJs happens. You can actually put a gitignore in each of your subs as well. Just since I'm putting them out there, here's the official one. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I'm using VS Code. So the Visual Studio one, I think I probably won't use. Roku says it's Meowder Day. Yes, Meowder Day. Every day is a Meowder Day if you're a cat. Lent says time appropriate greetings, everyone. How goes it? It's going fabulously well, Lance. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? I hope it's a beautiful day for you. I'm having a beautiful day. We are working on a new project. Gonna see how it goes. Yeah, I'm excited about this one. Someone on the Discord had asked, can you do a project where you create a programming language? And my answer is yes. This is nice. Dicelang, yeah, I can't. It's a terrible name probably, but it's called Dicelang because it's going to be a programming language in which dice notation is a primitive type. So you'll have these dice notation primitives scattered through. You can put these throughout your code, and they just get treated as essentially as integers. Is what my thought is. I don't think I can do it where they're treated as like doubles, but anywhere you put these, they'll be treated as integers, and so all of your randomness is sort of built into the syntax of the language in that regard. Lance says it's a good day. Yep, just woke up, enjoying a day off. Fantastic. So I'll be taking it easy, gonna get some code done, but I'm not too fussed about the win. Okay. Nice. I'm glad to hear you got a day off, my friend. But yeah, so this is the goal here, just to implement a little language. And the main idea is at the end of the day, I want to be able to use this in sort of a program. You could drop it in so like in C# or something, you could potentially have something like, 5 plus 4d6 dot roll. In some other language, you'd be able to have these string types that are dice notation, you call a roll, and it just gets parsed and interpreted as a dice notation. But we're gonna make it a lot more expanded here. Roku says, this makes me want to add dice into my game with rolling animated dice sprites. Yeah, you can extend string with an extension method. Yes, absolutely we can. That's exactly what I did so this is why I'm calling it Dicelang ++, is because I did sort of a first draft version of this kind of already. This would be a language, so never mind. Yeah, so in the C# binding for it, absolutely there will be a string extension that does it. Okay, but the idea is we're going to take this idea and use this as the implementation idea for our language, the base of our language. I want to go ahead and add in my Captain Coder core library as well here. So I'm gonna go ahead and check that out as a sub module. GitHub Captain Coder core. And hopefully I don't have to do anything. But you'll notice in the Captain Coder core library, actually, I already have like a what I would call not my favorite version. How do I where's the deploy? Hang on, summary. Can I get to deploy? Deploy to GitHub pages. Come on, give me the URL. Give me the URL. Where are you? This is fascinating. One sec. Settings, pages, deployed here. So in my core library, I wrote a version of this dice thing where you could use it. God, the colors on this are terrible. I'm so sorry. Where you could write code like this. So dice notation.parse 3d6, but it supports variables and a bunch of other stuff. And then I added the extension method here, so you could say 3d6 plus strength.toDice notation, and you sort of can specify where, in simple ones you can just do .roll. You can specify a roll context. So what is strength? You have to specify what the context is. So I sort of have done a C#-ish version of this, where it's sort of an extension of strings and allows you to easily get randomness in C#, but we're going to extend that to be a whole language on its own. Let's see, Lance replying to Roku, I kind of want to figure out the actual die shapes, then roll the physical dice based on how many you select, that kind of thing. That would be really, really interesting. CD, Thindle, I'm not sure, CD ? What is that? I apologize. You gotta remember, Captain Coder's a simpleton. Captain Coder's a simpleton, folks. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and check continuous deployment. Yeah, continuous deployment. Of course, you gotta do continuous deployment. You gotta do the continuous deployment, continuous build. Dicelang here. We're gonna do a git sub module add. Is that how we do it? I can never quite remember the command. There we go. Get some module add. So we're gonna have our Captain Coder core here. So then we're gonna reference that in our Captain Coder DiceLang there. Do you need job course says, hey, do you do web dev? I have. So in the past we've done a couple web dev projects. My answer is yes. I've done web dev. For example, this is like a website that I've done in .NET using Blazor. Also, we did in the archive. Let me get the archive open here. We've done some web dev projects as well. It's been a while, so we were on a Unity kick for a while because I was teaching a class about Unity. But if we go back to my playlist, we have a couple. Do we have a couple web dev projects? I might have clicked on that on accident. This wasn't a chess. Creating the world's worst blog. This was a JavaScript and Firebase project. So this one, we did do a web dev project back in, when was this? This was like my first one, 4 months ago. That's wild to me. But yeah, we did pure vanilla JavaScript and Firebase web development there. This was a project to see about how to make a blog. You know only Mern though, do you have a Discord? I do have a Discord. You call it worst, you haven't seen my attempts. Yeah, we do have a Discord, Need Job Coder. Feel free to pop in there. Lots of awesome stuff going on the Discord. So welcome aboard. I hope you enjoy your time here. But yeah, thanks for asking. We try and do a new project here every week. So if you would like to see something specifically, you can always suggest projects down here on the suggest project forum. Under live stream projects, I know we got a million channels now. Suggest a project. You can actually suggest a project. So if you want to see some web dev stuff, feel free to suggest one. The reason we're doing this coding language is it was a suggested project. I thought this would be a really, really fun excuse to do a project where we create a coding language. The problem isn't the tech, the problem is actually writing something on it. Gotcha. Yeah, I have trouble with that too. Checks, my friend, I've been slightly concerned. I haven't seen you in a while. I was worried about you. Have yourself a good sleep, my friend. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Get some rest, be the best you can be, and you're welcome back anytime. Checks, thank you so much for popping in. We've missed you here. It's nice to see that Checks name in the chat. Folks, if you don't know Checks Party, fabulous streamer, one of my favorite places to hang out when you're streaming. I know you haven't been streaming that much lately, but variety streamer, streaming some gaming, streaming some Unity development. Incredible guy, gotta go check him out. Thanks for popping in, Checks. Oh, not leaving yet, okay. But yeah, get some rest. I know how it goes. I know how it go. All right, so in our DiceLang, we gotta reference our Captain Coder core. So we're gonna do a .NET add reference to our Captain Coder core, Captain Coder core. So it's sort of deep in there. I should probably turn this into a NuGet packet, a nugget. I think it's NuGet, a NuGet package here in relatively soon. .NET build. All right, let's see if this whole thing builds. All right, and I think we have, not quite configured yet. Oh, my Captain Coder core has missing documentation. Let's go fix that. That's it. I'm surprised by this. I'm surprised. We're missing documentation on this find max. Weird that has it. Go ahead and add that, sure. REPL. Let's select project, Captain Coder core. There it is. Check says, Toto, I don't think we're in Canvas. I'm in Unity anymore. That's right. We're not in Unity anymore. We've graduated. No, I'm just not teaching a Unity class this term. And so my focus is shift just a hair. We're gonna implement a coding language. All right, find min max. Produces, iterates, given iterates over over all specified positions and calculates and returns a pair of positions containing the minimum and maximum positions. There we go. Practical NPC says, damn, I need to wake up early more often. Your streams are very informative. Practical NPC, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Checks, we're still doing C# though, yeah. We might do a little bit of F# on this project. I haven't decided. I might do a little bit of F# because oftentimes when you're doing parsing, in my experience, functional languages lend themselves very much to doing, parsing. I don't know, I said but it lend themselves very well to doing parsing, and it'd be good for me to learn F# a little bit more. I tried learning F#, I started using F# a little bit. I didn't like it that much. It just made me want to program in Haskell. And so we'll see if I stick to it. All right, do I have another warning down here? But yeah, I'm glad you're finding it informative, Practical NPC. Get, .NET build, did that fit? There's an F#, I forgot already. Yeah, I think it's a funny named, a really, really funny name. Need job card says, do you do freelancing? Yes, I did freelancing work for many, many years, as like my core, as like I was a professional consultant essentially. Usually during the summer, I'll do freelance work as well. I think this summer, because I've been so into streaming, I might do a few freelance jobs. So I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science 9 months out of the year. And then during the summer, I often will do freelance gigs because they pay so well. This summer, I think I'm gonna stick to the streaming, see if I can, really dig in deep to the Captain Coders Academy, which is something I've been wanting to do for a while. So I might do fewer. I usually do like three to five big freelancing jobs over the summer. I've had some clients reaching out to me, and I'm trying to decide how to approach that. They know that starting at the end of May, I typically have a lot more free time. So I'm trying to budget my time that way. Excellent question. But yeah, I work a lot with embedded systems. So there's a handful. Let's get this here. We forgot to add documentation here. That's interesting. Git commit -m docs. Add documentation to position dot. And then that was our find min max. Find min max. We'll push that up. That should automatically redeploy there. Practically says, likewise, Devro. Oh, just saying hello to each other. HFS Kilmster. I always pronounce it wrong. Kilmster, welcome back, my friend. How are you doing on this beautiful day? I need a job. Chris says, I am trying to do web dev freelancing, but I don't have the confidence. You just gotta pretend you're gonna be able to do it. That's how you get into it. And as a freelancer, you kind of gotta be able to do everything. Or at least pretend you can do everything. Sell your, I always sold myself as a freelancer. As a person that, yes, you're gonna pay more for me. But there's gonna be so much communication and being able, you contact me anytime. I'm gonna get you're gonna be so happy by the end of it, I promise. That said, you do at some point have to be able to back up that coding and produce something. Okay, so let's see if I do a full .NET build here. This should work. So we've got our solution files all linked together. I think we got our project. Oh, well, there's one more dependency we got to do. So captaincoder.dicelang, we got to add in our NuGet package for Spark. Spark. Oh, there's a couple more things. I'm a liar. Because I want to make sure that we're using Net Standard 2.1. So this should be the framework Net Standard 2.1. This will allow us to build for a bunch of different platforms. Now it'll work with Unity, it'll work with Godot, it'll work in like old .NET projects. It's gonna work all over the place if we do it this way. And then I wanna do Lang version 11. I wanna use the C# 11 language features. They'll still compile to target Net Standard 2.1. And I could have done this from the command line. I just forgot to do it. So I'm gonna put these in here, make sure that this still builds. .NET build. There's one little weird thing I gotta do with that as well. Okay, so it likes that. But Before I move on here, though, I just want to point out that we got a new crew member, folks. A brand new crew member, Maskin. Maskin, welcome aboard. And for those of you who don't know, whenever we get a new crew member, I want to make you feel welcome here. So I'm gonna, I hope you don't mind, Maskin, but you're gonna get yourselves a nice little song here. Let me build it up. Maskin, yeah, I would like to welcome you to the crew, my friend. We've got Maskin following me, and I'd like to say thank you for being here today. Maskin, I hope you enjoy your stay. Maskin, welcome aboard, my friend. So happy to have you here. If I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, do not hesitate to correct me on that. I want you to feel welcome, and one way to make you feel welcome is to pronounce that name correctly. And for anyone who's new here and doesn't know, Captain Coder is me. Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I like to focus on a new project every week or two. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to answer them. I cannot promise I will always have the answer, but I'll do my best. Questions are allowed, any question, program related or otherwise, so long as it's family friendly. This is a family friendly stream. Kilmster asks, which theme you use on VS Code? I'm pretty sure, I'm 90% sure, and we're about to find out. I'm 90% sure I'm using the color theme, the dark mode Visual Studio 2019. Visual Studio 2019 dark mode, which is part of the C# library, the C# extension. I'm 90% sure that's the one I'm using. And if I'm a little scared to click that because it might change it if I'm not. How would I check that? Does anyone know how I'd check my theme? Theme. Can I just do developer generate color theme from current settings? I could do that. Yeah, I don't know. Is there a way that I can check the current theme for this workspace? Would be my question. Okay, so I think we have the, oh, now I need to add in the Spark library. So Spark is a parser combinator library that I'm going to be using for this project. Is this the latest version? Let's search for Spark. Sprack. Oh, Sprack, not Spark. Sprack. Sprack 3. Okay, so I'm glad I looked at that because I wanted to get this different. So notice Sprack targets all of these different platforms, which is beautiful. We're looking for the one that targets the net standard 2.1, which is what we want. And so we're gonna add this. It's sort of, you can think of it as like your package manager. This is pre-release version. Okay, I don't want the pre-release version. I want the released version. How do I find the released version? How do I get, all right, let's go to their repository. See what they say here. Getting started, where do they have it? All right, let me just read. I'm super new to .NET stuff, folks, just so you guys know. I'm super new to .NET. This is pre-release. How do I go to the slightly older version? If I just do Sprack here. Okay, 2.3.1 is the version that I wanted. All right, there's a newer pre-release version of this package available. So the question is, do I want to use the 3.0 version? Maybe I do. Maybe this would be a nice way to look at the 3.1 version. What did I use on my last project? I want that. Yeah, I was using 3. This is the version I was using. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna add this package. If you're familiar with Node, if you're familiar with Python, NuGet is the package manager. It's like NPM. It is to NPM what the NPM package manager, or pip. So we're gonna add it in here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this, and this is the command we can run. Again, if using an IDE like Visual Studio, there's like UI tools to do this. We're gonna go ahead and add this in. This lets me now in my project access, assuming that this is selected. Select this project dice line here. This will allow me to do using Sprack. There we go. There we go. So this will give me access to this this library to do parser combinators, which I'm really excited to show off because a lot of people aren't familiar with parser combinators. It's sort of a functional programming thing, but they're amazing for parsing. Check says, so does add an assembly or DLL file to your project directory? It doesn't. So there's a command you can do to make it do that. So watch, check this out. it actually adds it to like a global DLL, adds reference. But if I do a .NET build here, it might actually put it out there in my build. I'm doing standard one. It doesn't put it in here, but it adds a reference to it. So on my library, since it's installed, there's a command I can do when I do a build to force it to put it there. So the answer is there is essentially a DLL around somewhere that it's referencing. It's just not here. It doesn't put it in the build folder. If I wanted to distribute this as a binary file, I would need to add that in. There's something I can do here. Let's see if there's, what would I do to get that? Generate, one sec. Copy local, here. There's some, I'm looking at it on my other screen here. If I put this into my configuration file, copy local lock file assemblies. So local lock file is saying there's sort of this, a global place on my system that makes sure that it doesn't have like a million of these. But if I put this here, now I do a build. If I put this here, now I do a build. In my net standard, I do get the Sprack DLL. Whoa, Corfless, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. That's right, folks. We got, whoa, look at that raid. Corfless, welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. For anyone who doesn't know, Corfless is also a streamer, variety streamer. Often streams game dev, not often, but in the past has streamed game dev, Unity stuff, programming stuff. Today, what were you streaming, Corey? I don't remember the game you were playing. You're playing a video game over there, but you often stream programming video games, which I love. Things like Factorio or TI 100. Is it TIS 100? I can't remember the exact name, but love hanging out over there. So give Corfless some love, folks. So yeah, check, we do get this, and I have used this in a Unity project. So if you do this, you can copy these over to your, if you're doing Net Standard 2.1, you can copy basically this whole folder over to a Unity project, just create a folder, drop it in there, and you can build with it. Builds for WebAssembly, which I love. So I'm assuming it will build for all sorts of other platforms as well. So I'm loving learning all of this stuff here about essentially .NET. Which I didn't know previously. But I think we have our project configured now. So this is all the setup I want to do. This was my first task for today. I always like to start with an easy one, but item 1, configure project, add dependencies. Sprack is the dependency I wanted. My Captain Coder core is what I wanted. I know I'm gonna be wanting to do unit tests, and I know I'm gonna want a REPL. So this is sort of what we got going on here. So we finished this initial configuration. Let's get a commit in. Come down here, get status. Let's make sure there's, I'm gonna do a get add, get status. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this chunk here. So we'll do a get commit -m. This is a chore here. So chore, add core CS proj files and dependencies. So basically setting up the solution file, push it up. Codex, it's Saturday. Why are you up so early? This is just when I wake up, my friend, because I'm about to go to bed and Captain's over here singing to birds. Yeah, the sun's coming up. It's a beautiful morning, beautiful day. We are up coding, hope that's okay. Codex, so happy to have you here. Even if you're stopping in for a moment, welcome, my friend. We are implementing a programming language today, or this week. We probably won't get it done today. We're implementing a programming language this week. We just finished our first step, which was to configure our project. I love going through this process because this is a piece that a lot of people don't know how to do. They don't even necessarily know how to start, because usually you have some UI tool that's doing it for you, especially if you're in like Unity or something. You don't even see these things. In Visual Studio, you often don't see these things because they're hidden behind drop-down menus and like GUI stuff. So I think this is a fun, and I love this, just like a fun process for me. But so happy to have you here, Codex, and everybody. Codex, you came at a perfect time. Came at a perfect time for being here to witness this momentous occasion. We just finished this first configuration. 50 points to all of you. 50 points to all of you beautiful folks out there. Thank you for being here with me. Did my break timer reset properly? It did. We've been going for 40 minutes. Not bad. 40 minutes to get a project configured. That makes me happy. Makes me super happy. Corpus says, all right, I think we'll offline from Chich to finish some assignments. Thank you for staying awesome. No, Corpless, thank you, my friend, as always. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. Enjoy your time away from Chich, my friend. Good luck with your assignment, and we'll see you next time. Meow are beautiful. That's right, Roku. That's right. Check says, yeah, it's nice to see the nitty gritty nerdy coding stuff. I love this stuff. It's one of the reasons I actually prefers not quite the word. It's one of the reasons I really like using Visual Studio Code with my students is I get them to use the terminal a lot. They learn a lot of these weird is the wrong word, these nice little soft skills that you would miss if you're using a big functional IDE like Visual Studio or Writer. You would miss out on this because there'd just be a play button you click. It'd be a play button. Technically we have a play button here, but this, I love doing it this way as well. All right, so we have a class here. The next thing I want to try and do, implement an abstract syntax tree. So what is an abstract syntax tree? Well, this is sort of, you know, what is a tree in programming, that sort of thing. We are trying to get ourselves like it describes the order in which things should be evaluated. Codex says ASTs are one of my favorites. Yeah, so we're gonna do some abstract syntax treeing today for the language we're defining. Mono says, hey Cap, great job clipping of DevDad stream today. Yeah, that was, he said some funny stuff. He says funny stuff all the time, but I just couldn't help myself today. So nice to see you here, Mono. Happy Saturday. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. Okay, so my abstract syntax tree, the language that I want is basically gonna be, I want it to be a functional language, so it's gonna be value-based. So in the REPL, I'd like to be able to type things like 3 plus 4D7. All right, so we have value types, and then so that the types that we kind of have right now in our syntax tree, we can have, I'm gonna go with just integers for now. Integers, and then this is sort of like a dice group is what I'm calling this, or a dice, I might call it dice notation, but a dice group. We can specify the number of dice and then the sides on the dice. And then the arithmetic, plus, minus, multiply, divide. And we're gonna stick with just that. So we're gonna define, there's a couple things we need to define in our, 7 dice. No. So number of dice, it is dice notation. Or do you mean die notation? I'm not sure. This here would be 4 dice. Yeah, 4 of them. But yeah, we're gonna add dice notation to our language, such that dice notation is a primitive numeric type. So it gets treated as an integer. Anytime in the program you see this as a raw label, this will be treated as an integer as far as type checking goes. We might not implement a type checker. It might just be a fully like dynamic, quote unquote, dynamic type. And it just tries to do stuff as it goes. And so, I'm gonna do some record stuff, but to use records, I think I have to do something. I always forget exactly what I have to do. Public record, and then our record essentially is gonna be like I'm gonna call it an expression. So we're gonna have an expression. And so in our language, everything's sort of an expression that gets turned into a value at the end. So the idea, and when you're talking about programming, an expression is essentially something that can be computed and turned into a value. Dice or dice, which is which, sandwich, moral obligation to announce hunger levels. Correct. So to use a record, I'm pretty sure I can't use it here. If I try and build this .NET build, it's gonna yell at me saying it's missing a dependency. No, it was okay with that. That's interesting. I was 90% sure I had to add in this like is external init. I'm 90% sure I need this other thing. Let me try it. Let me keep going. So we have an expression, and really interface expression. So the idea is I think I need an interface for my expression, and the interface is going to have an evaluate, and evaluate's going to eventually become a value type, public interface, and maybe here we have expressions and then values. All right, and the value essentially is just like this wrapper idea for me right now. And so values could have subclass of type value, but the expression essentially has this option, public value evaluate. We need to be able to take an expression and evaluate it to a result. And so the value at the end of the day, every expression becomes a value. And so when you were, so for example, if we did, let me go back to my example here. If we did just 3, when you evaluate 3, that becomes the value 3, a numeric value. When we evaluate 4D7, that's going to become a numeric value, but there's a randomness that needs to apply to it. If we did 3 plus 4, 3 plus 5, because I hit the wrong button, this is an expression that evaluates down to an 8. All right, so our language is going to be an expression-based language. So I'm going to start out without having statements. So you actually wouldn't be able to do something like let x equals 3, because that doesn't produce a value. Essentially, there's no such thing as void in my language to start out. And we might end up adding stuff in later that allows us to do that, and have like strings of statements together that can eventually evaluate to something. But I'm going to try and avoid that for now because it adds a level of complexity that I don't want to add just yet. All right, so now in our class, let's start here. Maybe I'll leave it at class 1. Well, we're going to break this out, but essentially I need to be able to evaluate, take an expression and evaluate it. Okay, so now I'm going to have a public record. My language is not going to be based on C#. My language will not. It's going to be based on arithmetic. It might be kind of, I don't know. I haven't defined a grammar yet. I know for sure that I want to have arithmetic expressions with parentheses. So arithmetic expressions with plus, with addition, division, multiplication, and subtraction. Although division's tricky. Division's going to be a tricky one in there. It would be easier to not have division, but we're going to have it in there anyway. But it's not C# based yet. I haven't decided yet. I don't even think I'm going to have if statements in it. It's going to be an expression-based language. So I think it's going to be a purely functional expression-based language. So it'll have ternary. Everything has to evaluate to a value. At the end of the day is what I'm thinking here. You're making a C# library to use with your language. I'm implementing the language in C#. And so the language will be implemented in C#. No worries. Yes, Grumpy Game Dev says, very lispy of you. Exactly. I'm gonna try and avoid doing the parentheses, so in Lisp you would write +37. And then if you want to do another, you can add like this. But then if you wanted to do subtraction, you might do that. So this would be 3 plus 7 minus 7. All right, 6 would be a better option here. And so we're going to avoid doing the parentheses. If you manage to avoid parens, that'll be quite a trick. I'm going to try and go for OCaml Haskell-esque syntax. OCaml and Haskell-esque syntax. It's much easier to write a language that uses the parentheses, though. The parser is much easier. Checks, no worries. Don't apologize for being new to this concept. Everyone has to, no one comes out the womb writing parsers. No one comes out the womb understanding programming. Grumpy Game Dev, yeah, so I was thinking I might implement this in F#. I had that thought, and so we might implement it in F#. We might implement part of it in F#, but I'm gonna play around with it here in C# to start out. It's a little bit more approachable for me. Okay, so we're gonna create a record of this expression here. Currying, I would love to have currying involved in the functions. Yes, I would love to be able to make it so that the functions, I do want to have functions, and I have implemented functions with currying before. And so we'll see how far we can get, essentially see how far we can get here. Curry, yeah, the curry, we're going for the Curry-Howard isomorphisms. So again, look, a monad is just a monoid in the category of endofunctors, Grumpy Game Dev. All right, so everyone take a note. A monad is just a monoid in the category of endofunctors. It's that simple. Code Red Games is here, folks. Code Red Games, happy Saturday to you. But folks, the Grumpy Game Dev, friend of the channel, fabulous streamer. Gotta give Grumpy Game Dev a shout out, folks. Give him some love. The Grumpy Game Dev streams almost daily, up early in the morning, my time, might be afternoon, might be evening for you, but I love checking on the Grumpy Game Dev. Always working on something fun over there. Grumpy, so nice to have you in the stream. Thanks for popping in. But yeah, folks, hit that. You see that little heart? See that little heart? See that little heart there? Give Grumpy some love. Give Grumpy some love. Code Red says, I just spent 2.5 hours in line for Taylor Swift vinyl with my wife and they sold out. Did before you got there? That sounds like a good use of time. Grumpy says, I know, but I explain them with bacon. Monads are problems that you solve by wrapping things in bacon to solve problems that you can only solve by wrapping them in bacon. Yeah, I think there's this problem when people try and teach Haskell or teach monads is they start, one of the things they say like, well, a monad is like a burrito. So there's all these analogies people use that don't make any sense until you actually understand how monads work. And yeah, so a monad is like a burrito. A monad is like a bacon-wrapped food object. And that's not particularly useful until, yeah, it's how we admit people to the ivory tower, exactly. Look, and then there's, so one of my favorite articles is called A Monad is a Burrito. And then someone wrote another article called A Monad is Not a Burrito. And they both make a lot of sense. Okay, we have the simplest value type here. It's gonna be a numeric. Should I just? I'm gonna start with int value, and this is going to extend the expression, and it's also gonna extend value, like this one. You can't do expression. Int value does not implement. Oh, it's just saying I haven't implemented it yet. Implement interface. Evaluate is literally just going to return itself, like that. There's nothing left to evaluate. We're done. That's right, Grumpy. Both are true. You just got to elevate your functions. That's right. No, category theory was one of my favorite classes in grad school. Most people hated that class, which was interesting to me. I think a lot of people were taking it not coming from a programming background though, so it was just like a really, such an abstract class. It was one of my favorite classes to take. Also, I'd been programming in Haskell for a while at that point, and so I'd been monading all over the place. But folks, if you get a chance to check out Haskell, Haskell's such a fun programming language. Learn you a Haskell. You got to learn you a Haskell for great good, folks. Folks, I'm just gonna point this book out right now. This book's Haskell shaped. I'd been programming probably for 15 years, 10 years before I learned about Haskell, and really before I really took a shot at functional programming language. It's a very snooty community, absolutely. Great language, snooty community. That said, there's a lot of really good people in the community as well, but it's a mightier than thou type community. This learning Haskell changed the way I program in other programming languages. So I'd basically been a Java developer for many years before that, just like did Java all the time, was touted how much I loved Java and how great Java was because of all these things. Did Haskell and went, oh my God, I've been missing out. We've got a new crew member, folks. It's a paradigm shift for sure. Yeah, we got a new crew member, Gueresi. Is that, I'm trying to pronounce it. Guereci? Oh, how do we pronounce it? Let's ask Google real quick. Because I want to give you a nice welcome. Pronounce Garcio. I'm gonna go with Garcio. Let me know if it's Garcio. Is this correct? Oh, phonetic spelling of it hasn't just added an O to the end of that for some reason. Garisi. I'm gonna go with Garisi here. But Garisi, welcome to the crew, my friend. If you guys didn't know, you get yourself your own little tune here. Garisi, I'd like to welcome you to the family. Garisi is a member of the crew and you're here now forever, my friend. Garrett C, thank you so much for following me. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. Kokargi, and again, I'm terrible at these. Kokargi says, do you have experience with Scala and an opinion about it? I used Scala so in grad school as a graduate student, and there was a functional programming class that was taught using Scala. I think it is I haven't used it in years. Let me start saying that. I haven't used it in probably like 6 or 7 years. When I used it, it felt like it was horribly slow. The syntax was kind of nice. I enjoyed a lot of the things about the syntax. It sort of felt good to be writing functional programming using Java, because I was a Java programmer for many, many years. It felt nice. There's things I really liked about it, but the compiled code was just like horribly slow. That was my biggest complaint with Scala, and they may have cleaned that up quite a bit. So my opinions aren't, I liked the syntax. If you didn't care much about performance, it seemed like a really nice choice. But it was just so slow. The executions were really slow. So it was hard to use instead of Haskell, because in Haskell or Haskell and OCaml, boom, lightning fast. The compilations in Haskell and OCaml aren't that fast, but the code that is output, boom, so fast, and often very easy to do fully distributed executions of your code. Okay, so we have an int value. Ints they just evaluate straight to an int. One thing that we want to track inside of an int value is we actually have the actual int in it. So public int, I'm gonna put value here, and this is just gonna be a get like this, but public, this should probably be a struct, public record struct. Maybe not. Well, we're not gonna make it a struct for now. Public int value, int value, and then we're gonna initialize value with what we get from the constructor there. Ryan says, good morning, Ryan. Welcome back to the crew, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Kokargi says, I read that you can compile it with GraalVM, so they said it for the Play framework, but not sure if you can easily compile everything without some configuration. I'm sure, again, it's been years since I've used it. So I don't know how it was. I remember at the time thinking it was like a really slow execution model. So I built some program in it that was doing some data modeling, and it did not meet what I was going for. I might have to check it out though. Thank you for sharing that information. When the Codex says all the people letting their dogs out right now has reached an ultimate annoyance. Do you live at a dog park or something, Codex? what are you getting a lot of barking? Or just out in the morning? Yeah, that could be frustrating. All right, so we have an int value here. We need to get just like the value back out of it. It might make sense to make it a numeric value, or have like a numeric value type associated with it. But let's keep going here. We have an int value, and so I'm gonna come in. For now, my language, I'm only gonna support ints, not numbers. But let's come down here. Public. We're gonna create another expression here, just to get it going. This is gonna be an addition expression. All right, so an addition int value expression maybe is what I should call it. I'm gonna go with int value, but it happens to be an expression. An addition expression. This one isn't a value, but our addition expression is gonna sort of accept as an argument. Oh, I made this as a record, so I don't have to do that. Hang on. This should be int value. The whole reason I did record here was so I didn't have to do those. All right, so we have an int value here. Runtime. Okay, this is the thing I was talking about here. All right, so there was. All right, cool. Not cool, but slightly annoying. This looks complex. ITC. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. We do need to add in is external init.cs here. We have, that was interesting. Because I want to use record types and I also want to compile for Net Standard 2.1, I have to include this tag class is external init, which isn't defined in Net Standard 2.1. So when we do this, this should make that error go away. All right. Kodak says, it certainly feels that way, living in a dog park. The whole world's a dog park. Yeah, that's true if you really think about it. If you think about it hard enough, the whole world is a dog park. Tuber Tugger says, long time no see. I played your jam entry. Very duality. Tuber Tugger, welcome back, my friend. So happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. Lobster Kovic, nice to have you here again as well. Welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. But yeah, ITC, I'm trying to keep it. Look, we've written we've defined 3 types here. So the idea is to structure this in a way that we can evaluate it, you know, without much pain. When I do a record type like this is called I forget what it's called. It's like an implicit constructor. It lets us define the value, but hopefully it'll make sense in a moment here. Hopefully it won't be too hard. It'll make some sense soon. But the idea here with my addition expression, it takes in 2 other expressions. Expression left and an expression right. All right, so we have a left expression and a right expression. Like this. All right, we have a left expression, we have a right expression. Whoa, Mooniz, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Whoa, indeed, Mooniz. Happy Saturday, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. So happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. How was your stream? How are you today? And raiders, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Let me talk to you about what we're doing here at Captain Coder's. If you guys don't know me, if you're not familiar with what Captain Coder's Academy is, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder's me. And as Captain Coder, I'm a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14, so a middle school age range. Not an upper school, not an elementary school, 10 to 14. I teach a bunch of different programming classes and computer science related courses. But this stream is dedicated to learning something new every week, every 2 weeks. So we do a new project here every week or every 2 weeks. Usually it's every 7 days, 8 days, 9 days. Every couple of days we do a new project. This week, today actually, we just started a brand new project here. What was suggested on the Discord. So we get project suggestions on the Discord. You can always suggest a project on the Discord. Someone said, can you create a programming language? I want to see how you would do it. And so this seemed like a good opportunity to create a programming language for doing dice notation. I don't want to create a giant programming language. I don't have enough time for that to do it in a week. But the idea here is to create a language in which, this is interesting. Why did that happen? Don't save. Create a programming language in which dice rolling notation, so 3d6 says roll 3 6-sided dice. I want to make a language in which dice notation is a primitive numeric type that I can just put into my language. All right, so we are working on setting that up. Today, my goal is to build a basic abstract syntax tree to allow us to do this sort of evaluation. But yeah, welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. Mooniz, thank you again for the raid, my friend. And we got a new crew member, Alpha Lola. It was Alpha, the Alpha Lola, and they came into the academy. Yes, we got Alpha, the Alpha Lola, and I'd like to welcome you to the crew today. Yes, we got Alpha Lola in the crew today. Alpha Lola, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Let me know if I got that name correct. I may have gotten it incorrect, but welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here today. IHQ says, so a language where randomness is intrinsic. Yes, it's built into numeric types. Exactly. I think that'll be a really interesting thing to do, and I will actually use that, I think, in a variety of places. The idea then is that I can add in, and I've done this previously. Sorry for the horrible color scheme here, folks. I did this previously on my core. Why can't I find this again? I must have closed it. I had written something similar for doing dice rolls specifically in C# projects. Here, let's go to this library here. Sorry for the colors, folks. I know it's bright and it's horrible. But we have this dice notation built in that I wrote for C#, where we could do things like 3d6 as a string, do 3d6 plus strength, and convert it to a dice notation, and then or 2d4 dot simple roll, simple roll 3d6 plus 2. This will generate a random number that we can use as a roll result. So I wrote a simple library for doing this, for doing randomness and some of my other stuff. But yeah, welcome aboard, welcome to the crew, and folks, do not hesitate to ask any question, programming related or otherwise. Just keep it family friendly. I love when people ask me questions. I love when people ask me questions. But yeah, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. It's Hap says, you're gonna build an AST in one day. I'm gonna build a very simple AST. I'm gonna build an AST just for doing arithmetic. I'm hoping to get it done in one day, just for doing arithmetic with integers and dice group notation. So simple implementation here. And we're, I like to keep the project small, simple, so we learn something new. But yeah, welcome. Happy to have you here. Dodo, is it Dodo L Kasich or Dodol Kasich? But welcome aboard, and we got Bamo 256. Happy to have you here. Kokargi, of course, you can ask general programming questions. Please do. I love when people ask questions. Alpha Lola says, just discovered this Twitch. Happy to see such interesting content. I love the development society, I was gonna say, development community on Twitch here. It's amazing and absolutely amazing. Okay, so we have a value type here, and what I would like to be able to do, so you can think of int here. So we have an int value, and when we evaluate the expression, we just get the whole value back. Something we sort of need to be able to define is, how do you add this to other, we need to figure out, how do values get sort of summed together? What is a sum on it? What is a concat on it? Yeah, so that's a good thing to think about. The expression here, what I'd really like to be able to do, okay, so when we have an evaluate for a left and a right expression, ideally I would do left dot evaluate plus right dot evaluate. This is sort of what I want to be able to do. It's gonna tell me, hey, you can't do plus here. You can't do a plus here. And so I kind of want to define in my value type, I think I want to define, okay, we have a value. How do we add two values together? How do we add two values together? So I'm gonna create, okay, so public value, and I'm just, this is me just playing around some of this, add value other. So we have to, if we're a value type, we have to specify, well, how do we add other types together here? And so because this is part here now, my int value says, okay, well, I need to know how to add myself to other things. We'll implement this interface like this. And what we'll do to start out, to implement this add, all right, to implement the add, I'm gonna do the following. Format. We really only have int values right now, so there's gonna be some cleverness we gotta do later as this gets a little bit more complex. But we're gonna take this other value, and we're just gonna say if other is an int value, and then we can say int other int. We're gonna say if it is an int value, we're just gonna return a new int value that is our value. So this is the value of our int value plus other int. So other int dot value. Otherwise, we kind of need to throw an exception here saying not implemented. Throw new exception. Maybe we should have a better exception. Argument exception might be the right thing. Cannot perform addition between int name of. One sec. Okay, we'll do name of. And I see some stuff going on in the chat, so bear with me here for a moment, folks. Name of name of int value, and then the other type would be name of other dot type. can I just do get type? There we go. So we're gonna get the, it'll basically say can't do addition between an int value and maybe we have a string value or something that we don't support that addition on. We have a new crew member, folks. We're gonna pause here just for a second to welcome the newest member of our crew, Chronovex. Chronovex, I'd like to thank you today for following the captain. Welcome to the academy, my friend. Chronovex, I welcome thee today. Chronovex, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here. Chex asks, is record more of a class or a struct? It is a class by default. It's a class by default, but you can do a record struct as well, and then it becomes a struct type. So the idea with a record is it is a read, typically it's a read-only type. Anything that's in the constructor here becomes read-only. It becomes a read-only property, and you get the hash code and the equality check for free. So double equals will work when checking against records. And it'll get put into hash maps and dictionaries just fine. Chronovex, but yeah, welcome aboard, my friend. I'm Captain Coder. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. So happy. Just keep it family friendly. Programming related questions or otherwise. I welcome all questions. Keep it family friendly. We're a PG-11 stream here, folks. PG-11. Coke Cargi says, I code for some years now. A lot of Java and Kotlin and now C#. My question would be, of course, I try to find a simple and good solution, but sometimes I think I take too much care of creating not many objects because I have the feeling a good solution is to have less objects than more, or can a solution with some more objects, does it affect the performance a lot? I hope you understand what I mean. So your question, I don't think I fully, I'm gonna see if I can parrot back to you what you're asking. I think you're asking, you try and find a balance between defining classes and having lots of data in a single class. And I'll say as your projects grow bigger, it's not a bad thing to have many classes, but following this principle of what are the types of classes that you have. Having a bunch of different class definitions shouldn't affect your performance once you're compiled. Instantiating lots of classes could slow you down, but there's sort of this idea, and I didn't mean to do that. I always forget how to close that when I hit that button there. Come back here. Class 1's a terrible name. This idea of you have data structure classes, and then you sort of have classes that operate on data. And so trying to keep those sort of separated is important. I also think it's okay to define lots of classes that do one thing. They do simple single things, and you build those blocks together to do something interesting. I hope that answered your question. Feel free to ask, to clarify if I didn't quite get the question right. That's my opinion though. So there's different schools of thoughts on that. Desired State asks, how'd the Godot stream go? The Godot stream went well, it went fine. We finished a Minesweeper. I liked a lot of things about Godot. I could use C#11 language features. You could specify which platform you wanted to target. There's a lot of really good stuff in there. So I did enjoy it. So thank you for asking. I think I would like to go back to it in the future, just haven't had time. Godot, I want to explore a little bit more. With objects, I mean classes. Gotcha. So Kokargi, I hope I answered your question. We also got another new member of the crew, folks. Another new member of the crew is Yarmolenko. Yarmolenko, welcome aboard, my friend. You are now a crew member. And I'd like to thank you for following me on this beautiful day. Yarmolenko 220. Yarmolenko 220. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, let me know. Malenko, I'm so sorry if I got your name incorrect. Do not hesitate to correct me. I want you to feel welcome here at Captain Coders Academy. Everybody's welcome here. But if I pronounce your name wrong, please let me know. I want you to correct me so I can make you feel more welcome. Manish6678 says, good evening. What are you building? Great question. Great question, Manish. We are starting we're implementing our own programming language. So on the Discord, so people suggest at Captain Coders Academy, we do a new project here every week or two. I'm a computer science educator. This week, might be 2 weeks on this one. Some 100 Acres asked, can you create a Captain Coders programming language that shows how you might go about creating a programming language? So we're implementing a programming language, an interpreted programming language that explicitly uses dice notation. So this represents a number, an integer that's the result of throwing 3 6-sided dice. So my idea here is to implement a programming language in which dice notation is a primitive numeric type. You don't have to create a class where you can just toss it in anywhere. You can put a number, you can put a dice notation as well. So you might be able to do something like 1d100 in an if statement without having to like set up a random class. That's my plan. That's the idea. But yeah, thank you for asking. We're just starting this project today. We're just getting started. So we're gonna see how far we can get with it. That said, I have done programming language development in the past, so I have a little bit of an idea of how to do it. I'm not doing it with no previous knowledge, but it is a new, I've never done a programming language in C#. So we're taking a look at it. Kokargi says, thanks, of course. No, thank you Kokargi for asking such a beautiful, wonderful question. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for asking. Do not hesitate to ask. Chex Price says, just write everything in one class. Yeah, that's the function, that's the procedural way to do it. Nerdwaffle says, morning, Captain. I woke up late. I'm late for the Caps class. Well, welcome aboard, Nerdwaffle. Don't worry, my friend. You're under no obligation to be here. Kokargi says, or MVC in one mixed. Yes. We've got another. Oh, Kokargi. Kokargi's now a crew member. Let me think. Kokargi. 3 syllables. Welcome, Kokargi. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Thank you for following me today on this beautiful morn. Kokargi, welcome to the crew, my friend. Welcome, yes. Kokargi, welcome to the crew. I'm sorry, my voice cracked. Kokargi, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome to the crew. Yes, that was Final Fantasy IX. Thank you so much for pointing that out, Chex. Thank you so much. I'm sorry my voice cracked on that one, folks. I apologize for having to listen to that horrible voice crackage. 50 points to everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you very much. Alpha Lola says, question for you. What's your opinion on JavaScript for instead ? With your own experience and point of view, if you like it or not and why, for instance. So you're asking what is my opinion on JavaScript, I think. What are my opinions on JavaScript? I think JavaScript's kind of this abomination. That said, it's like, it's a very widely used language that essentially you kind of, if you want to do any kind of web development, you kind of have to know how to do JavaScript. That said, I am hopeful with the coming out of WebAssembly and the building up of WebAssembly that I won't have to program in JavaScript all that much. Typically, I don't program in JavaScript. If I can, I don't like programming in JavaScript. It's just kind of it feels like too crazy of a language. It's too hard for me. JavaScript, a lot of people say JavaScript is a super easy language. I think JavaScript is just too hard for me to manage all the complexities in my mind. I much prefer using TypeScript if I have the option. And then I've also discovered Blazor, which lets me just program all my logic in C# and it compiles to WebAssembly and runs on the front end. So my feelings on JavaScript are it's useful, but if I can avoid it, I can. I think it's sort of an abomination it's like a hodgepodge, of all this stuff glued together over the course of many years of just like, we need this to work in the web. So I have trouble liking JavaScript. That said, I've done tons of JavaScript programming. The Dev Dad, happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome back. Welcome aboard, folks. If you guys don't know, the Dev Dad is an absolutely amazing software developer, streamer, and father, creating his very own app here, productivity app called Embedder. You got to check it out. Just getting the beta going. It's a beta. You call it beta or alpha? But actually getting a release going this week, folks. Working on it in his spare time. He's always on. I think, what are you? You're on like a 90-day streaming streak. Is that correct, Dev Dad? Is it a 90-day streaming streak? But folks, give the Dev Dad some love. One of my favorite streamers. If I can catch the Dev Dad, I love to catch the Dev Dad. Give folks, attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. Hit that little heart, give them some love. If you want, people often like the way I just, explain my code. The Dev Dad does it 10 times better. Yeah, so Dev Dad, welcome back, my friend. So happy to have you here. Lance replying to Nerdwaffle said, you'd better have a note to explain why you're late. No, Nerdwaffle, don't worry. Kokari says, if JavaScript projects are not documented, it feels hard. Yeah, I think, it's really easy, and this isn't a lot of languages. Look, here's the thing. Programming is a complex thing. The most complex of it, like human-created structures in the world, I believe, are software. And so programming languages and programming sort of allows us to do like horribly complex things. And so as a programmer, managing that complexity, any tool, in my mind, any tool that helps me manage that complexity is good. This is why I like statically typed languages. It's one of the reasons I don't like JavaScript all that much and I don't like Python all that much, is because you're missing out on that static typing that helps keep you safe. And maybe it's because I like to baby-proof things for myself, because I'm kind of a baby when it comes to programming. Folks, we got another people. Thank you so much for following. Terror 2012. Terror. I'd like to thank you for following me. Yeah, we've got Terror. Welcome to the family. Yeah, you are now a part of the captain's crew. And I can't help but sing and say thank you. Yes, Terror, welcome to the crew. Happy Saturday, Terror. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for following. Happy to have you here. Alpha Low says, love your thoughts about JavaScript. Quite interesting. Thanks a lot. Kokargiel says, I wrote migrations with JavaScript SQL data to MongoDB. Was nice with that. Yeah, fabulous. Terror, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Nerwell says, I can't wait to try his app. It looks cool. It looks amazing. I could use a productivity app in my life, I believe. I'll do a lot with it. Of course, DevDad, you're welcome. IHQMD followed the DevDad. Welcome. IHQ, welcome. Sigian says JavaScript is easy if you never wrote in typed language before. Yeah, I think JavaScript is really easy to get down and just start doing some stuff. Same with Python. I do love about JavaScript and Python. It's super easy to just start doing something. Owen Codes, thank you for the wave, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here again. Welcome back. IHQ says JavaScript has the problem that all duck typed or dynamic typed languages have. The types aren't in your code. The only place they are is in your head. Yeah, it drives me. It's hard. It's hard for me to use JavaScript on a project that I'm not familiar with. It just takes so much extra time to get in, and you have all this extra. Anyway, anytime you can offload that to an automated process like a compiler, it's, in my mind, is a good way to do it. Bamo says, looking for some input. I've been happily using preview beta dev channels for Windows, VS Code, Win Terminal, PowerShell, and WinGet, all for 9 to 36 months, and enjoying getting features early. I rarely run into anything buggy and don't really mind the extra updates. I realized I've only ever used stable releases of Chrome, so I want to try one of the other release channels. Any thoughts on beta versus dev versus canary channels of Chrome? I don't have a whole lot of thoughts on that specifically. For a long time, when I'm on Linux, I'm on Windows, and I don't like getting bombarded with updates on Windows. When I was on Linux, I would be able to do just like the, apt-get update and apt-get install, and I was on the the development release of Chromium, and I enjoyed that. And it was really easy if there was some weird issue to just switch to another browser. So sort of having both of them on. But I did enjoy having it on that on the dev. In my experience, that was a fun experience. But if you need a very stable browser, not the best thing to do. Nerdwall says, my dog ate my homework and my note and any other important documentation. I don't have it. It's okay. It's okay. I believe you. I believe you. That poor dog. That poor dog. Folks, we got another crew member. Last member Z. Last member Z. It's like 4.5 syllables. 4.5. We got 4.5 syllables. Let's see if we can get this. Last member. Last member. I would like to welcome you. Yeah, last member Z, you're here, and I'd like to thank you for following. Last member Z, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Happy to have you here. Terror 2012 says, as a JavaScript developer, anything with more than 1,000 lines of code is a nightmare to manage. Exactly. I'm currently moving to Go for my backend needs, but for someone that takes less than a day to build JavaScript, it's a pretty good one. That's how I feel about Python too, and Node. Python and Node, if you want to just boom, get some up and running in like an hour or two, you can do that. You can do that. So I use Python, as much as I don't like Python, I use Python a lot for just automating very, very simple tasks. It's really, really easy to do. Kokargi was saying, but TypeScript is nice, just a superset, but a compile time, you are safe. Yeah, so TypeScript is nice for that compile time safety. GrowAxe says, what do you think of PHP? I would probably never use PHP today. That said, my first web language is PHP and I used it for many years. I think the syntax is really, really interesting in PHP. There's a lot of good frameworks in there as well. There's a lot of good tools in the PHP that is fantastic to use. I have nothing really against PHP. There's a lot of code written in it. My biggest issue is issue is not quite the word. There are a lot of really bad PHP developers, which make it really hard to jump into some legacy projects. That's essentially what it comes down to. Dev, the TypeScript or no script? Yeah. How about CoffeeScript? I remember CoffeeScript was a thing. Kokargi says, or more specific, a class-based OO language. I am a big fan of object-oriented programming and functional programming. IHQ says, Canary Channel is likely to go wrong a lot. Interesting. I did not know that. Good advice. I couldn't dream how people code in JavaScript, the DevDead says. I did it for many years. As a contract freelance developer, you'll work in JavaScript a lot. You'll also learn how to test stuff. You'll learn how to this is a smell. There's a lot of smelly code you can get. Okay, the answer, not quite true. JavaScript has a very different behavior of numbers and strings, so you really need to know where the conversions are happening. That's one of the things about JavaScript that drives me nuts is like all of the weird rules there, all the weird rules. We also got another crew member. Thank you so much for the follow. We've got Destruin ES. Destruin. That fancy Dest Ruin. Oh, hang on. I gotta try again. Dest Ruin. It's like 2.5 syllables. Dest Ruin. Have you met Dest Ruin? Someone asked me as he chatted. We were only friends on Twitch. And, I'm terrible. Dest Ruin, I'm so sorry. I ruined your song. Let's try again. Dest Ruin. That Dest Ruin, welcome to the crew. I'm so bad. Dest Ruin, I'm so sorry. I butchered your song. I tried. Dest Ruin, I'm so sorry. I gotta try again. Dest Ruin, for ruining that song. I was on a streak. Of not ruining songs here for a while. 200 points to you, my friend, because I butchered that song. I gotta try harder. That's a hard one to sing. In my mind, that's a hard one to sing, but thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard, welcome to the crew. Happy to have you here. Kodak said, now that classes are native JavaScript, give it like 5 more years and I bet it'll be more prevalent. I am hopeful that we'll be using a lot more WebAssembly in the next 20 years, maybe not 5 years, but in the next 20 years, and be doing less with JavaScript. But I could be very, very wrong, and I'm likely very, very wrong, which is just something that I'm wrong with a lot. But right now, JavaScript has the same issue PHP and other low barrier entry languages have, which is there's a lot of sloppy practices demonstrated through the facade of a tutorial. That's in every programming language. There's a lot of that in C#. I see that in Unity all the time. I see that in Java all the time. It's hard to write good code. That's really what it comes down to. Yeah. Kokargi to give that. For me, it was easy. I don't know, wrote back and Kotlin and TypeScript most of the time. For me, it doesn't feel hard to write JavaScript, more different with Python. For me, it's different. So I think it's really, really challenging to use JavaScript on a large project with more than one person. So if you're doing it on your own, sure, it's not a big deal. It's when you start adding in a development team that has like 5 people, managing that becomes a challenge. This is why I say like it's fine for small little projects. DevDad, oh my goodness, DevDad subscribed on Coffee, folks, on Ko-fi. Thank you so much for the subscription, DevDad. Thank you. Welcome to the crew, folks. If you didn't know, you can support Captain Coder on Ko-fi. And also on the Discord. You'll notice I'm not an affiliate here on Twitch. Not a fan of the ads that can play. I'd be an affiliate if they'd let me not have ads. But folks, if you become a member on Ko-fi, you have to link your Discord. But you can be a member of the crew, be the bridge crew. There's several different tiers you get, but you become a member on the Discord or on Ko-fi, and you get access. You get access to the captain's quarters. Wait, no, you don't actually get a whole lot. There's not a whole lot you get, but I love the support. We got a supporters lounge, secret supporters lounge, members only lounge. And then in the voice channel, sometimes I hang out in this captain's quarters. The captain's quarters, if you're a crew member, you can come chat with me sometimes when I'm just chilling there. But happy to have you here. Thank you so much, DevDad. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you. Oh, DevDad, you're the best. You're the best. IHQ says, Captain, thanks for the feedback. I'm going to give Chrome Beta a shot and keep stable installed since there's no reason not to. Very well. Regathian says, no, because most languages have support for integers. If you send a large number to your front and tell it to send it back, you're going to get completely different numbers. That's true. That's true. Dest, Ruin, ES, Twitch friends. Yes, my friend, we are Twitch friends now. I'm so sorry, I'm so far behind on the chat. I feel like I'm never gonna get caught up. We're almost there. Codex says, very rare situation. However, when I wrote validation tools to cellular service claims for the FCC going out to 205 decimals, it doesn't leave you many options regarding what language you go through. Oh, wow. Desron asks, what are the points for? We got a little Stream Element shop. You can check it out if you'd like to. Basically, it's just, I don't have Twitch channel points because I'm not an affiliate. But you can redeem them for a variety of things. You get enough points, I'll show you off. You may have noticed behind the captains is lovely shelf of board games. I love board games. I have many of them. I'll show off a board game. We also got some little things you can get. Pay attention, seems good. Whoa, cloud of disapproval. We can have AI generate a song. I'll sing it to you. If you want, I'll just try and serenade you. If you want to just be serenaded, I'll try and make up a song just for you. The AI songs are a little easier for me, but the serenading you, I'm happy to try it. You can also get the C# and .NET Ultimate Bundle for 18,000 points. No one's ever redeemed this. I should probably just take it off. And then story time. I'll read you a story generated by OpenAI. Those are the options. It's just mostly it's just a flexing. I think most people just want to use them to flex and say how cool they are. But yeah, so happy to have you here. Folks, we've been going for 90 minutes. So I'm gonna have to take a break here. I'm gonna try and catch up real quick on the chat. Codex says, I disagree with that. It's a challenge for entry-level devs, but if you're familiar with design patterns, it doesn't matter what language you are developing. I'm not sure what you're disagreeing with, but that's okay. Coffee, I'm trying Codex, I'm trying Coffee. Rigathian says, it's not as common as you might imagine. As soon as you start dealing with hashes or have IDs for data sets in the hundreds of millions, it's going to be an issue. It's basically you'd want to define a custom data type for it. Kokari says, I started C# 2 months ago. I need to collect coins. Collect them. Gotta collect those coins. I started C# about 20 months ago, so a little less than 2 years. We're getting close though. All right, folks. Captain Coder needs to take a break. I'm out of bean. This cup. Look, this cup. There's no bean water in this cup. There's no bean water. There's actually a little bit. Hang on. There's no bean water in this cup, folks. We gotta fill it up with a little bit more bean water, get ourselves some dark fuel. I gotta drink myself a little bit more water, and then we're gonna take care of ourselves. Folks. When we get back, when the captain comes back, We're gonna do some stretching, so get ready for that. If you're at work, you got your coworkers around, get your coworkers, say, hey, Captain's gonna do some stretches, come on folks, join in. Gotta take care of your body. Get your mom, get your dad, get your cousin, get your dog, get your bear. Get them all in the, careful with that bear though. Get your lion, get your tiger, get your bears, oh my, because we're gonna do some stretches, folks. When the captain comes back, hang tight, I shall return. Thank you so much for bearing with me, folks. I hope that bear didn't get you. Hope that bear didn't get you, but I'm back. I'm back. And we're gonna do some stretches, folks. But before we do, I just wanna let people know. Today is the last day. If you didn't know, we're doing a giveaway, folks. We're doing a giveaway. We're giving away this beautiful MMO pug. Donated a bunch of swag to us, and we're giving away this beautiful 16-ounce laser engraved Captain Coder tumbler, folks. So if you want a place to put that bean water, if you need a place to put your bean water, this could be the place. We're doing a giveaway, folks. This happened in 3 hours. There's gonna be a giveaway, and you can get in on it. All you gotta do is go to the giveaways channel. Here, I'll even get a link directly to the giveaways channel. Go to this giveaways channel. You gotta click this ta-da reaction. Click that reaction, enter to win. It's ending in 3 hours, folks. You get your very own Captain Coder tumbler. I will ship it anywhere the United States Postal Service will let me ship it. So anywhere worldwide that you accept mail from the United States Postal Service, you could win yourself a Captain Coder tumbler, folks. All you gotta do is click that little ta-da react to enter to win. All right. And now we're gonna take care of ourselves. I got myself a cup of new bean water. It's a little too spicy, a little too. Ooh, burn my lips. I don't want to burn my lips any more than I just did. So we got to let that cool off. While it's cooling off, did you know the captain loves you? You in the back. Pay attention. I see you back there not paying attention. Come on, focus. Captain loves you, and it means you should love you. And if you love you, you got to love your body. And if you love your body, you got to take care of that body. And if take care of your body, one way you can do that is to get up and stretch with me. Why is my camera so high? Why is my camera? That's so weird. What's going on with my camera? Uh-oh, I'm going to mess up everything now, aren't I? Come on, camera. Point a little down, maybe? All right, folks, get on up. Stand up. I know you're sitting down. If you're like the captain, you're hunched over, you're coding troll on your computer all day, giving yourself those RSIs or repeated stress injuries in that shoulder, in the wrist. You may be developing a little bit of the carpal. We're going to take care of ourselves, so get on up with me. We're going to do some stretches here. We're going to start by stretching out our forearms. It's one of my favorite stretches. I have carpal tunnel on this side. You don't want to get carpal tunnel. One way to help fight it off, help prevent it, is to stretch out that forearm muscle. Go ahead and take those fingertips, straight arm. Try not to lock the elbow too tight because you don't want to cut blood flow. Grab those fingertips and you're just going to pull back and get that until you have a little bit of tension. No pain, no pain. You can't join the Discord. Let me see if I can, let's see if we can fix. Why can't you do, is there a reason you can't join the Discord, or the link doesn't work, or you're just not able to? That's interesting. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. I might be able to get a link. Alpha Lola, remind me in a minute. I think there's a way you can enter without the Discord. I might be able to help that, have that press, but we're just stretching here. Hold it for 20 seconds, folks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, if there's any pain, let go. You don't want any pain in the wrist or the forearm there. Oh yeah, 10 more seconds. Oh, it feels lovely. But I'll check it out in a second, Alpha Lola. I don't know why the Discord won't let you join. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. We're gonna go the other direction now. Take those fingertips. You're gonna pull down this time. You get a stretch across the top. Again, this one's easier to hurt the wrist. You shouldn't feel any pain in the wrist. You shouldn't feel any pain in the arm at all. No pain at all. If you have any pain, stop. I don't want you to hurt yourself, but just go ahead and pull down on that. Straight but not locked. Oh yeah, we're gonna hold it for 25 seconds, folks. 25 seconds, taking care of our bodies because the captain loves you. You should love you. You should love your body. You gotta take care of it. 15 more seconds. We're almost there. We're gonna switch to the other side, get a little bit more stretchage in. Code Rice link works for for your information. I'm still stretching as I type this. Good for you. Good for you, Code Red. Alpha Lola, could you try, maybe refreshing and trying to roll that wrist out, folks. Roll that wrist out. We're gonna switch sides here, but I'll see if I can help you join as well. Without it, if you're not able to join. We're gonna stretch out this forearm now. Take those fingertips, pull them back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I love this. It's interesting how is it asymmetric where there's no symmetry? It's interesting how this side always feels. It's because I have carpal on this side, I'm sure. Always feels so much nicer to get this stretch in. Hold this for 10 more seconds, folks. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Doesn't it feel good? Macho Man Randy Savage says, "Oh yeah." Oh yeah, gotta get those stretches. Oh yeah, it feels good, I love it. Roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. And then let's try going down the other direction. Clicking the link says the server displays you're in a strange place. You don't have access to any tech channels. There are none in the server. Interesting. It's very, very well. Normally it's like, can you take a screenshot and share it on the Discord? But we're gonna go ahead and pull down here and get that nice stretch in. I'm gonna hold this for 20 more seconds. Yeah, I'll take a look at it in just a moment to see if I can figure out what's going on. It's very, very odd. 10 more seconds, folks. We got a new crew member here. I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. FR3TJE. My guess is Fretj. Fretj or Fretj? Fretj. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, because you're going to get a song here in a moment. Once we're done stretching, we're going to welcome you, give you a nice welcome to the crew. Go ahead and roll that wrist out, folks. Oh, yeah. Roll that wrist out. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Desired says, I've got an idea for a game, but not really sure where to start. I presume getting a high-level design down on paper. Any advice? Absolutely. Absolutely. High-level design documents, an incredibly good place to start. We're going to go ahead and stretch up, folks. Reach up into the air. Push up onto those tippy toes. Doing a full body stretch all the way up here. Oh, full stretch here. Just, hold this for 20 seconds. And then we're gonna take a deep breath. And as we exhale in a moment here, we're gonna roll down and do a hang. Get our lower body, lower back stretch in next. But stretch out, hold it tight. Here we go. All right, deep breath. And exhale, slowly roll down, all the way down until you're hanging. You're hanging. If you can touch the ground, awesome. Legs straight, but not locked. Maybe even slightly bent. You don't want to lock those legs. If you bend them, you're going to start getting a different stretch. But you should be feeling the stretch in your lower back, in your glutes and lower back. Try not to arch your back towards the ground. Instead, focus on hinging at the hips and just hanging, seeing if you can't touch that ground. It's okay if you can't touch the ground. Everyone has to start somewhere. I couldn't touch the ground when I was first starting these out earlier this year. And I took a little break. I got kind of sick. I was on vacation. I took a break. I wasn't stretching. And last week I wasn't able to touch my toes either. I still can barely touch my toes. I kind of got to bend my legs a little bit more than I'd like. But here we go. We're going to breathe in for 5 seconds as we come up. As we breathe in, slowly roll up. So here we go. Breathe in. And we're going to roll those shoulders up, back, and down, and roll them back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Hit the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, shake it out, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me in those stretches. I know you did. I know you did. 50 points to all of you for joining me in those beautiful stretches. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. I love that you're taking care of yourselves. You got to take care of yourselves, especially if you're sedentary lifestyle like I am. You're sitting at a computer all day. Getting that blood just sort of moving, getting that blood moving through your body is so helpful and so lovely for you. But thank you so much, all of you, for joining me in that. Frederick. I'm pronouncing it so wrong. Frederick. I'm gonna go with Frederick. Is it okay if I do Frederick? Just for the song, because I think it's Frederick. Here we go. Frederick, welcome to the crew. I'd like to welcome you to the crew today. Yes, Frederick, I'd like to welcome you today for joining on this beautiful day. You are now a member of the crew, and I welcome you today. Frederick, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. So happy to have you here on this beautiful day. We are working on making a programming language today. This week. We're just even doing a week. I don't know if we can get it quite done in a week. But welcome aboard, Alpha Lola. I'm so glad you were able to join the Discord. The link in question was this one. Did this link work? Succeeded to enter the second link. Were there 2 different links? Or was there just one? link. So glad you were able to get in though. But folks, for anyone who missed it, we are doing a giveaway of this Captain Coder tumbler, 16-ounce Captain Coder tumbler. You gotta have someone to put your bean water. And folks, that said, my bean water is now one of the benefits of stretching. Not only do you take care of your body, your bean water gets to reach a perfect, delicious level of sippiness. This stream is brought to you by Don Francesco's Butterscotch Toffee Coffee. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. I'm so happy you feel welcome here, Brett. I'm so sorry. I'm having a lot of struggle. I'm gonna struggle with that name, but I'm so happy you're enjoying your time here. Welcome aboard, my friend. We're doing some .NET development. We were in the process before the break here of getting this very, very simple abstract syntax tree. So we defined a value, and an expression. An expression has to evaluate to a value. So we have this int value here. This shouldn't be a value. Oh no, int value is a value. And then we have an expression where we evaluate the left, and then we're gonna add that to the right value there. So the idea is we're gonna have two different types of values, and one of the primitive things we wanna be able to do is add them together. And so if we have a left expression and a right expression, we're gonna evaluate the left expression, evaluate the right expression, and then we add them together. And so this might be a little bit tricky to read this way. So if I write it out this way, it'd be like value left eval equals left dot evaluate, value right changes to right val, left val, right val equals right dot evaluate, and then we return left val dot add to right val. So that's how I'm going to do that one here for our addition expression. So this is going to define how we do addition between two values, and then we'll write a little thing here that we can use it in our code. We'll write a little test to say, okay, well, when I do add two integers together, I should get the right thing out, and we'll write a little parser for this next as well. But yeah, so we are working on Fred asks, what are you coding today? We're working on, every week we do a new project. On the Discord, someone asked, essentially, I let people suggest projects. Someone asked, suggested projects. Create a coding language. So we're writing our own coding language in which we have dice notation as a primitive numeric type. So 3d6 represents a number that is the result of rolling 3 6-sided dice. Alpha Lola says one link domain is discord.com. The second one is discord.gg. The second Discord link works. Interesting. I'm curious when I do, okay, let's check. If I do .discord, I need to make sure that these all match. So this one is the one that works. And then if I go into, it must be part of my Firebot messages. Let me see if I can fix that real quick, 'cause that's a bit annoying that it doesn't work in there. Bear with me just for a moment, folks. I promise I'll try and get back to everything shortly. I just want to get this corrected here. That one is correct. That one is correct. I wonder where that other link, where did you find that other link? I created oh, you know what it is? I stupidly, I made a huge mistake. It's because I did the following. I made a link directly to the giveaway. I did this. I said copy link. I pasted this link here. You have to be a member to, I'm a fool. I should have created an invite link here. I should have done an invite to this channel. That was the problem. Alpha Lola, thank you so much for pointing that out. That said, folks, we got several new members of the crew, so we got to give you guys a nice warm welcome. Percy Dev, welcome to the crew, my friend. We've got Percy Dev, in the crew today. And I'd like to thank you for being here today, Percy Dev. Yeah, thank you for following me. Percy Dev, thank you so much for the follow. I welcome you. Welcome to Captain Coder Academy. We also got Groax. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Groax, welcome. Thank you for following me. I know you followed me. Welcome to the crew today, Groax. I thank you for being here. Thank you so much for the follow, Groax. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. We also got Zush. Zush, that feels difficult to sing. It's like half Zush. It feels like half a syllable. Zush, Zush. Welcome, my friend. I welcome you today. We've got Zush today in the crew, and I welcome you. Thank you so much for following me today. Zush, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome aboard. Folks, I know a lot of stuff was going on in the chat. If I missed something, do not hesitate to correct me. But welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Let me reset my break timer here. Reset break. And we're going to hop back in here to finishing up, see if we can get this expression language working. So here is the thought. Here is the thought. So I'm gonna rename this to abstract syntax tree. Maybe I should just call it expression. Expression. Maybe I'll do that. Zush says gray in London today, which is considered good weather. Well, I'm glad it's good weather, my friend. Happy to have you here. Welcome aboard. Okay, so we have this expression. Yeah, so I was gonna go over, I'm gonna write a unit test now, just to demonstrate. So this is actually a class lib library, so there's no, I can't write like a, system.out, you can't write like a console write line. There's no main method because it's just a lib. So I'm gonna come over to my DiceLang tests now, and we're gonna write a little unit test just to demonstrate that this add expression works, So we do, let me rename this. This is gonna be called int value test, or maybe it should be called expression test. Maybe add it. What did I call it? Sorry, I get myself. Addition expression test is what we're gonna call this. This is our addition expression test. I'm gonna rename the class here. Addition expression test, like that. And I should be able to, because I'm in this namespace, I should be able to access our addition expression. Okay. We're gonna call this addition exper. All right, and so we're gonna create a new one of these, and addition expression takes a left side and a right side. And so I wanna write the following syntax tree for the following. We're gonna do 5 plus 2, in parentheses, the parentheses shouldn't matter, plus 8 plus 6. So I want to write, maybe we'll do a negative number. No, 8 plus 6. 5 plus 2 plus 8 plus 6. So notice there are several expressions here. There's 1, 2, 3 addition expressions. And so I just want to make sure that at the end of the day, when I evaluate this expression, that I get out the sum of these things. So it'd be, what is that? 7. I'm bad at math here. 7. Is that 15, 21? I should get 21 back. Real patty whack. That's right. We are making an interpreter. We're writing a language. We're writing a very a language that's going to be relatively small. I want to have functions, but it's going to be a dice notation language, in which dice notation is a primitive numeric type. So if you put 3d6 in a numeric expression, that's a random number that is the result of rolling 6 3-sided dice. So we're implementing a language that has numeric expressions, dice as dice notation as a primitive data type. Okay. So we're writing an interpreter here. So we have this we're gonna have to make the left side the right side and then combine them together. So we have 1 our first, we'll call this addition expression left. Left expert is going to be new addition expression, and this is going to have a new int value 5 comma new int value 2, like that. So we have an addition expression. This here is this left element here. So we have, I'm going to just comment here 5 plus 2. So this is the left expression. I'm going to make the right expression. The right expression is 8 plus 6. So addition expression right expr equals new new int value, and this is going to be 8, and new int value, and this will be 6. So this is the left expression, this is the right expression. Okay, and then we got to do the actual, full expression of it. So we'll do an addition expression here, and this expression is going to be left expression plus right expression. So notice that I can pass arbitrary expressions into this. We're not going to do a type checker, because the type checker would do something where it sort of ensures that you can't add, say, like right now we only have integer values, but you wouldn't want to be able to add, well, you'd have to define what does it mean to do addition between a string and an int, between a int and an array, or an int and a variable that evaluates to null, something like that. So this here is a little test we're going to do. And then I want to say, okay, well, value b equals addition expression dot evaluate. So we're going to take our addition expression and evaluate. And this should result, so I should be, we're going to call this result. And I'm going to create a value expected. At the end of the day, I want this to return an int value of 21, I believe. Did I do my math right? 7 is this one. 8 plus 6 would be what? 14 plus 7, 21. All right, so this should be a new int value like that. And then I would be able to do an assert equal expected result. So if my code is implemented quote unquote correctly, tests don't tell you whether or not your code's correct, it tells you whether or not your assumption is correct. And so we're gonna, I didn't even click run test, I'm gonna rename this test simple addition. I clicked run, and so it should come out here after it builds. We should get the action result. Hopefully it says passed. We passed. So yes, evaluating this expression in this way, we get 21 back. Cool, I'm pretty happy with that. Means we should be able to write very, very dumb additions. Our language, we could write a simple evaluator, a REPL that lets us just do addition here. So kind of silly, kind of dumb, but that's what we've got so far. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little commit here. Get status, get add, maybe I shouldn't do a get add on, get reset, hang on. We are gonna do, let's take a look here. Get status, I'll try and be smart about my commits here. Get add, let's go into our CD Captain Coder dice lang, get status. So in this folder, we renamed class 1, get add here, get status. There's a couple things I gotta do. Get reset, get add is external init, get commit dash m chore, add is external init to allow record types. That's one thing we did. Get status. We're gonna add the rest of this. We renamed class 1 and implemented expression here. So we're gonna do get commit dash m. We're gonna say work in maybe I'll do a feat add basic expression value types as well as addition expression. Okay, like that. Go ahead and push this up. There we go. We just hit a little bit of a stopping point here. So, but we do have a new crew member, Chrono WW. I'm gonna go with Chrono. But Chrono, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. We have Chrono following today. Yes, Chrono, welcome to the crew. Chrono, I thank you for following me today. Chrono, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. Hope it's a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome aboard. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain them. Just make them PG-11 teen, family friendly, folks. Fred also says, like the music as well. We are listening to Harris Heller's Stream Beats. So DMCA free music for streaming and YouTube videos, which is beautiful. I love it. Dota says, hey Dota, it's been a while, my friend. Happy Saturday, folks. Dota here, incredible developer. I love me some Dota. Thank you so much for showing in, folks. If you're not following Dota, you gotta give him some love. Dota it does a lot of different stuff. I've seen him work on Java interpreters. Lately, I've been seeing you doing some .NET stuff. I don't see you all the time. I know that you're busy with work, but I love when I am able to catch your stream. Gotta check him out, folks. Hit that you see the little heart button? See that little heart button? Just click it. Gotta go check out some Dota, folks. Wonderful fella. Love having you here, Dota. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew once again. XD says hi. Hello, XD. How are you on this beautiful Saturday? So nice to see you. And Dota, how are you doing? How the heck are you doing? What have you been working on lately? What you got going, XD asks? Well, I'm so glad you asked. We are writing a little. We're this week. You know, XD that I do new projects almost every week. Maybe every 2 weeks. This one's probably gonna be a 2-week project. We are implementing an interpreted language, in which the goal is to have a language in which dice notation is a primitive numeric type. So you could have an expression that just has a 3d6 in it. When you evaluate this says it should be a random number that is the result of rolling 6 3-sided dice. So that's the idea. Is we're going to implement a coding language. So someone on the Discord suggested, hey, could you create I'd love to see a project where you create a coding language. So that's what we're doing. For this project. Thank you for asking. Dota says, pretty good. Slept in trying to do some test commit reverts. That test commit reverts. Just for practice, or did something go wrong? You got to revert some stuff. Live Coding is also now a member of the crew. Live Coding. Let me think. Live Coding. It's 2.5 syllables. Live Coding. I'd like to say, thank you for following me today, and you are now a member of the crew, and I welcome you today. Yeah, we've got live coding happening here, and live coding is a member now. Welcome live coding to the crew. Live coding, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Cheap Grams, got that head bob, and yeah, Cheap Grams, welcome back, my friend. So happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Dota 2 is invented by Kent Beck. The premise is you write some code. If the test pass, you commit the code. If the test fail, you revert all of the code and start over. Ooh, that's rough. That's an interesting way. You'd want to if you write some code. If the test pass, you commit the code. That you would want to write small chunks of code. That's interesting to revert the whole thing. That's just like a nice little, you might call it a kata. Ooh, the chat just reminded me, I forgot. That sounds like a nice little exercise to practice, but you want to write small chunks of code. It's a great way to practice being sure you write small chunks of code. Folks, my bot just reminded me that I'm going to do a Captain Coder's office hours on Discord on Tuesday. I know it's at a time that a lot of people can't make it, so I apologize for that. But on the Discord, folks, we're going to have an office hours. We're going to try something different this time. I like to have these little intimate things, but the office hours this time is going to have, here's my approach. Here's my approach this time, because I think it's going to be fun. I'm going to do a little lesson. On delegates in C#. That's how we're going to start it off. And then you bring your questions, you bring your projects, you bring anything that you want to. You bring just a topic, bring it in on the 25th, and we're going to talk about it. I'm going to record the lesson. I may not record everything else, but that's what we're doing. So if you want to check out, I know it's a little bit, it's not on Twitch, but it's a little bit more intimate here. Fewer people, voice chat's much easier to get people in. There's a text chat as well, so you don't have to do voice chat, but you're welcome to join that, and I hope you will if you can make it. But we're gonna be trying to do a little bit more structured office hours here in the future. XD says, how are you gonna do this project? Good question. We're gonna do it in C#. I might do a little bit in F#. But today our goals are as such. And we've made some progress here. Configure a project and add our dependencies. So we did that. We set up a project, a C# project, a .NET project, if you will. We're gonna implement an abstract syntax tree. That's what we're in the process of doing right now. So we have this very, very simple abstract syntax tree. And then we're gonna add parser for the atoms. So I wanna add one more thing to this. So I have my int value. The next type of value I need is my dice group expression. All right, so we have a dice group expression here. And so the dice group expression is this thing, 3d6. It's gonna be some integer, d integer, and and the integer on the left has to be greater than or equal to 1, greater than 0 essentially. And the integer on the right has to be greater than 0 as well. So this is gonna be adding some randomness. So we're gonna create an expression here called a dice group expression, and it's going to look like so. It's gonna look like this. And part of me is realizing our evaluate's probably gonna get pulled out into something else where we can sort of specify more context, but we're slowly building this up to see how you might approach it. So our dice group though is gonna have an int. The left side is our count, and the int, our right side, is our sides. All right, so this is the number of dice. Maybe I should call it number of dice, or dice count. I like dice count a little bit. Dice count, and then sides. XD says render 3D dice.rand. Something like that. I don't quite understand. What you're suggesting there. Yeah, this is our expression here, like this. And this is our constructor. And this is gonna be of type expression. So we need to know how to evaluate this thing. And so we're gonna do a very, very simple version of it. Side count seems like a good one. Dice count and side count, I like that. Brett, for your suggestions here, for your contributions, for suggesting a much better name here, 50 points to you, my friend. Much appreciated. When people give me good suggestions, I like that. That's a much better. I'm terrible. Look, I'm terrible at naming stuff. And so if I name it, backseat coding is highly encouraged here. I learn so much when people backseat code, so do not hesitate to backseat code. XD says simply trying to render 3D dice abstract with random function to generate random dice number. So you'd like generate a 3D die and then roll it like to get a number. That would be an interesting approach. Maybe a challenging approach. All right, so we have this dice count and side count. The idea here, one thing that I'm gonna struggle with a little bit right now, is that I need to get the source of randomness. So part of me wants to do what's called dependency injection, where we're gonna be able to give this thing our randomness value. So how are we gonna do randomness? So part of me thinks maybe I'll do an random source here. So I have an interface called random that I can import. My core library. Random source, I might set that here. I could also make it part of evaluate. I'm trying to think where would be the best place, but I'm probably gonna end up refactoring this later. But I'm gonna put it here for now. So when you have a dice group expression, you're gonna have to specify how you're gonna generate that random number. And I'm trying to think, maybe I want a easy way to do it. I'm gonna just put it here for now. And the idea is gonna be the following. So my random source is a class. Arbitrary internet points. That's right, Fred. That's right. Arbitrary internet points. You can use them. The only limit's your imagination, really. That's the only limit. Random source dot next allows us to sort of specify the min value and the max value to do dice count. Oh no, this isn't wrong. We need to do an int sum equals 0. We're gonna do a roll of this. We're going to generate this number that many times. We're going to generate this number this many times and then add them together. So this would be the simple way to do it. So for int I equals 0, I less than dice count I plus plus. All right, so we loop this through and we say sum plus equals random source dot next, and we're going to generate a number between 0 and side count plus 1. So next is non-inclusive. So it's going to be a number between 0 and side count. We increase it by 1, so we get a number between 1 and the side count. So this will get you a 0 to the side count minus 1. So this is a non-inclusive. Inclusive on the bottom, exclusive on the top. And so we roll it and then plus 1. And then at the end of the day, we return an int value of sum. So this is like the super simple way, to do it. I'm so used to doing stuff in Haskell when I'm doing parsing, this sort of stuff, that I keep forgetting to put the new keyword here, that we got that. Mladzi Pumbis, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'm almost positive I'm butchering it. Mladzi asks, how do you handle pressure in sprints? That's a good question. I think everyone handles it a little bit differently. I think it comes with practice for building up how much time it's going to take you to do something, and being very open and honest about the progress you're making, and being able to decide whether or not you have to reevaluate. I know that the deadline pressures are tough. Handling the pressure of sprints can be tough, especially if you feel like you're underperforming. But estimation, be against estimate. No estimates. No. I think estimating yourself is important, but you got to get good at estimations. In my opinion, Dota, that's just my opinion. Some people are against estimations. I think time estimations are an important skill to develop because they're so important if you become a contractor or working for a company. People want to know how long is it going to take you to do something. And the question is saying like, well, if everything goes correctly, this is how it does. Work in small increments, but yeah, avoid estimations. Small increments is important. Yeah, so breaking it down into small things that you can understand and be able to do. Being good at predicting the future, that's fair. This is an interesting point. 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, fit the task into those buckets. Dota, excellent suggestion. I love that so much. Dota, such a good suggestion. 50 points to you, 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months. I love that. How long is a task going to take? So when I say estimations, it's obviously not, it's an estimation, and it's a rough estimation. And how much, the estimations come, isn't everything 6 to 8 weeks? Yeah. So it come 3 years, Ryan. Yes, 3 years, exactly. The idea is you need to understand that there's going to be there's unknowns. So start trying to gauge the unknowns. If you already knew how to do it, it would already be done probably, and you wouldn't have to implement it. But trying to understand, okay, here's how I break it down. Documentation is the other one. Dealing with the pressure of sprints is tough. Having a good team leader, I think, is someone who understands that coding doesn't just come out of nowhere, I think, is a big part of it too. But having the confidence to tell someone, hey, this is where I am at. Here's the things I don't know how to do. Here's the things I need to figure out how to do. And then sort of learning how to, figure out things. Coding and being a developer, it's all about how do I solve this problem that I'm not 100% sure about, and then adding that to your tool belt, your arsenal of tricks. Mladzi, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Mladzi, welcome. Mladzi, welcome to the crew. Yeah, we've got Mladzi Pumbis in the crew, and I'm welcoming you today. Mladzi, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. For anyone who doesn't know, anyone who's new, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. I actually am a teacher at a school for ages 10 to 14, where I do computer science and programming class. That's all I do at this school. I absolutely love it. This stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together. And we try and do a new project here, smaller projects. Every week or two, I try and do a project every week or two. Sometimes 3 weeks. I've never done one that's longer than 3 weeks yet, but that's yet. I'm assuming we'll get to one. And I often take suggestions from my Discord. So someone on the Discord suggested, hey, can you create a coding language and talk through the process of how you would approach it, how you would do it. And so that's why we're here today. That's what we're here doing this week. Popsy Viper is a new member too. Popsy Viper, welcome my friend. We got Popsy Viper in the crew. Popsy Viper, welcome aboard. I would like to welcome you to the crew. Popsy Viper, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. But yeah, we're gonna have this dice group expression as a dice count, side count, and then use a random source here. And so we can inject what random source we want to use. And I'm gonna add in a little top level helper, public static default random source is going to be a get private, a get set maybe. I might change it, but I'm going to make it a property here. This is going to be an irandom, and by default it's going to be the irandom.shared. It's going to have this shared one. And then I want to have a public static dice group. I don't want to have to pass this random in all the time. Dice group expression with default, maybe this is a bad name, but with default source, int count, int sides. Maybe I call it this dice count. I'm really bad at naming things, side count. And this is just going to return a new dice group expression, dice count, side count, and then default random source. All right, so we'll be able to set the default random source if we'd like to. This is just here to make it a little bit easier for me so I don't have to pass random source everywhere. And then there will probably be some configuration option where you say, oh, well, I want a new random source or whatever you want to do with this. But this is going to help us with the testing of using the dice group expression, because we'll be able to specify a mock object in our test that will tell us what the outputs are going to be when we call it in this way. Harry KD, is it Harry KD or Harry Kid? Says hello and good evening from Kathmandu. Is it pronounced Kathmandu? I think it's Kathmandu. Kathmandu, Nepal. I love implementing interpreters and I love computer science too. I will follow along with you. Excellent. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. It's been a while since I've done an interpreter, and so it's the first time I've ever done one in C#. And so this is an exciting experience for me. I used to do this in grad school. I used to write interpreters all the time. I used to love building little tiny DSLs. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Harry, I said Harry KD and then Harry Kid, so I never know which one I nailed when I do that. But I'll just keep calling you Harry KD for now. Tweez has followed us. Tweez, welcome my friend, you are now a member of the crew. Yes, Tweez, I thank you for following me today. Yes, Tweez, I thank you today. Yeah, Tweez. Tweez, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard, welcome to the Academy. I'm a computer science educator. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep those questions PG-11 family friendly here, folks. So we have this dice group expression. Let's test it out. Let's write a little test for it. So I have my addition expression test, but we're gonna do another one here. This is gonna be, and maybe I should have like a more generic thing here, but this is just gonna be our random, sorry, not random, this is our dice group expression test, like this. Tweet says, that was awesome. I will unfollow and follow again to trigger it once more. Beautiful. I don't think it'll let you refollow in the same day, so you have to unfollow and then wait a day and refollow, and then you risk not being here for the songs. That said, if you do collect enough points, we do have a shop. We do have a little Stream Element shop where you can, for 750 points, which you can get pretty quickly, I think. You can ask me to sing an AI generated song or serenade you. If you just want me to try and sing another song based on your name, and I'll do my best to do it, all you gotta do is request a serenade, my friend. So if you hang out long enough, you'll get enough points to do it. Catmandu is KD, gotcha. It's Harry Catmandu. I love it. I'm making a DSL with borrow checker, but the catch is it doesn't have any special symbol. It's called shine. That sounds cool. Harry, if you would like to, I would love to have you come to the Discord. And look, you don't have to join the Discord, but we have this share your work section. I would love to see that in the other project. You can create a little forum here. I would love to see what you're working. Fred asked, you're coding for .NET Standard 2.1. Yes, so not you're asking for .NET Standard. Yes, .NET Standard 2.1 is what I'm coding for. Test here. And asked, what is the, that's what the is external and it is for us to post. Yes, why not .NET 6 or .NET 7? Great question. So I often do game development, not often, but recently I've been doing game development. Back in January, I kind of started doing game development. And so Unity, the big one is Unity is on an old version of .NET. It's actually like a custom version of C# and .NET. And so this gives us a little bit more freedom to just drop this DLL into Unity. That's the main reason I started using .NET Standard that way. Yeah. Harry KD says, I don't have a Discord account yet. I am not that good with English. So no worries. If you know, I can post some syntax in chat. One sec, Harry. Let me. I'm gonna make you a VIP just so you, or I'm gonna do a permit here because my bot gets a little awkward with source code. But let's give you. You got permission now. That's a lot of seconds. I don't know how many days that is, but it's probably like 10 days. You're welcome to post in chat as long as you have that permit there. IDNT. Welcome to the crew. Yeah, IDNT. I would like to welcome you to the crew. Yes, IDNT. Welcome, my friend. IDNT. Welcome to the crew. Yeah, we've got IDNT in our crew. IDNT, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. I hope you're having a beautiful day. We're in the process of testing a simple dice group here. Test simple dice group. So we're gonna see if we're gonna instruct some dice groups and evaluate them. So we're gonna do a 3d6. All right, so this would be a dice group expression. I'll do this, underscore 3d6. Can't start a variable with a number, so I'm just gonna do an underscore 3d6. It's gonna be equal to a new dice group expression of 3, 6, and we're gonna create a mock random source. Yeah, mock random. I'm actually gonna have to add the mock library here. So let's go check out the NuGet package, NuGet mock package here. So we're gonna create some mock objects. If you're doing unit tests, mocking objects is an awesome way to simplify your process. So let's come over to our Captain Coder diceling.tests project. We're gonna do a .NET, we're just gonna copy and paste this here. We're gonna add the mock package. So mock lets us do mock objects. So it lets us create these objects where we can say, oh, when I call this method, I actually want it to return this thing. This is the whole reason we're gonna do not the whole reason. One of the reasons we're gonna do dependency injection is so we can test that it's calling the randomness in the correct way, or in the way that we expect it to. So to use this, let me switch this project here. Am I on the right project? It might work if I'm on this solution, we'll see. Sometimes to import using mock. Okay, so we have mock now. We're gonna create a mock random. It's gonna be like mock random. We're gonna do a mock, what is it? Mock of irandom. And this is coming from our Captain Coder core library using Captain Coder core. It's gonna be our mock random equals a new mock like this. Okay, and mock random dot object. All right, so under the hood, this allows us to create things of a thing of type irandom, but we can actually do, and I'm gonna get rid of this here. Just have a new on the right side. We're gonna do mock random dot setup, and we're gonna say that when we call this thing random dot next with 0,6, then we're gonna return the number 3. All right, so we can actually set this up, say when I call random, it's going to return the number 3 here. It's going to return the number 3. Harry, it might be better to post a haste bin, or a paste bin or a haste bin. If you can post a link to the code, we'll check it out. Yeah, because the it won't let you do the formatting here. At least I don't know if you can. I don't know how to do it. All right, so this is going to end up giving us three times, which isn't quite what we want. But let me check. I gave Harry permission to post the link. Andy Moore was just saying I don't think you can do the formatting in the chat. Yeah, I don't think you can. It'd be cool if you could. But we're gonna do 3d6.evaluate here. All right, so this is gonna give us back a value. But I missed Zush. Zush, I'm so sorry I missed your message. Any advice for a Unity dev who is looking to branch out of game development? I'm currently going through Patrick God's Udemy.net web API course. That's probably a great spot to do it. My favorite, for what it's worth, I've only been using C# and .NET development for about 20 months, less than 2 years. But my favorite YouTuber, Nick Chapsis. My favorite .NET YouTuber, Nick Chapsis. Just amazing stuff over there. Highly recommend. He has a bunch of free courses as well that you might want to check out for doing basically full stack in .NET. Full stack in .NET. So I'm just gonna do a little promo for Nick Chapsis here. Nick Chapsis stuff is awesome. Highly recommend if you want to get into the .NET area. That said, I have no experience working professionally as a .NET person, but I have done a bunch of freelancing work outside of in Java and web dev outside of .NET. Geliter also, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Geliter says Amichai Mantin Band is also very good. Amichai Mantin Band. Oh yeah, thank you for that suggestion. Add points. 1 second. Add points for the suggestion, Geliter. We love when we share information like 50 points to you, my friend. Did I get your name right? It looks like I got it right. All right, but welcome aboard, friend. Happy to have you. Tweez asked, what did I mainly work on? So there were, let's see, I did a lot of freelance contract work. But I've worked for a few bigger companies longer term, but I was a consultant for many years. Just like software consultant. I worked for a lot of startups doing a variety of one-off contract projects. And a lot of it was like embedded systems. So one of the projects was putting writing an image processing library that went on like the end of a drill. That was like an oil drill. That was one of the coolest projects I've ever been a part of. A variety of stuff, but let me tell you the big companies I've done stuff for. I worked for a company that had a supercomputer with like 6,000 cores, and in that one I was working on a Java compiler. So I wasn't working with Java, I was writing a Java compiler, so I learned Java pretty intimately, and we had a compiler specifically for doing compilation for high performance, multi-threaded performance for concurrency in Java. So I worked at a company, I think for 3 or 4 years doing that. The other big company I worked for was for 4 years. We had a big Angular app I did a lot of machine learning work there in Python, and then we also had like a front end Angular app. But most of my stuff was I was kind of in charge of the tech side of stuff there, but a lot of machine learning stuff there. Good question, Tweez. I hope that kind of answered your question. Outside of that, I did mostly freelance work, and that was just like a variety of what I'd call odd jobs, where, so I did a job for a company that produced potato chips, and we did a machine learning image processing library that detected chips that shouldn't be put in bags. And then there was like a machine that would destroy the chips. It would detect which chips shouldn't go in a bag, and it would the machine would sort them. So there's a camera watching like a conveyor belt. And so we had a bunch of data on like what chips we want, what chips we don't want. So chips that were too burnt or weren't the right shape don't make it into the bags. It's a fascinating process, but that was just like a one-off job that I did. I wasn't like this was a company that didn't have like a development team that was just like, they needed this one thing. And so you go through these processes where that company actually got referred, someone referred them to me. But you often go to these sites or these places where you bid on jobs and say, here's how I'd approach it, here's how much it would cost. This is why I was saying time estimations I think are actually pretty important. Maybe not on like a big team, maybe it's less important there, but that type of place, the time estimations are really important in that regard. J Litter, I'm so sorry, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, but welcome to the crew, my friend. Thank you so much for the J Litter, thank you for the follow. J Litter, I want to say thank you for following me today. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Litter, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Happy to have you here. Strong says, how do you know when you're ready to freelance? Just do it. Nike style. Just do it. Swish. I started freelancing when I was 16 years old. Just started saying like, okay, I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna find this thing. I'm gonna market. I went out and would be like, hey, do you need a website? I'll build you a website. I'll do it, and I'll charge you $100 to build you a website. And that's sort of how I got into it. I just started doing it, and then I started discovering a lot more websites. So Upwork is a fantastic website to do it. I just do it. I cannot recommend freelancing enough. You do have to have, I would say, being a little bit of a being able to sell yourself to be a freelancer is a semi-important skill to have. It's not for everyone, but I loved it. Okay, so evaluate's gonna return us a value. It's gonna be our results here. And this should be, because this mock's gonna say every time we're gonna return the number 3, I'm gonna have to look in. I know that we can make it return a different sets, like a sequence of things, but this is gonna return 3 every time we call next. It's gonna return 3. And so this should, we should get the expected value, should be a new int value of 3 plus 3 plus 3 should be 9. If all went well, we should get the expected value of 9 back. And now I'm gonna do an assert dot equal here for our expected value against our results. So I think, and I got too many S's there. We got an assert, but we want to be just assert. All right, let's run this test, see how we did. And then I'm gonna write a little bit more sophisticated test here. Stronkbad also asked, okay, another noob question, why CS and not JS? So I think you're asking why C# and not JavaScript. I will say to each their own. For me, a big part of this is I am just learning. I'm trying to learn about Java, C#. I've been using C# for about 20 months. I'm pretty new to C#. I'm pretty new to .NET. A big part of it for me is learning this language and learning it well enough to teach it better. So I'm trying to learn it well so I can teach it. That's the biggest one. The other one is I really like statically typed languages. So JavaScript is a dynamically typed languages, and I'm not a huge fan of dynamically typed languages. So like things like Python and JavaScript, I don't like writing big software in it. So those are sort of my two reasons. I hope that answered your question. Thank you so much for asking. Harry made a Discord account just to join. Folks, if you're not on the Discord, you don't have to join, but in about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, if you haven't yet signed up, folks, there is a giveaway happening. This giveaways channel, folks, you see this, look. You see this beautiful laser engraved Captain Coder tumbler? Look at this beautiful laser engraved Captain Coder tumbler. This could be yours. This could be yours. Captain Coder tumbler here, brought to us by the fabulous, wonderful MMO Pug. Thank you again, MMO Pug, for all of your support, all the donations. I donated these tumblers here. It's amazing. We're giving these away. This one's giving this away later today. All you gotta do is join the Discord, come over to this giveaway channel, and click on this little ta-da reaction.
You in the back. And pay attention.
That's right. You better pay attention. Immortal Kid, thank you for letting people know they got to pay attention here. Just click this little button. Click this little reaction. Enters you to win. Enters you to win, my friends. And I'll ship it anywhere that the United States Postal Service will allow me to ship it. I will ship it anywhere the United States Postal Service will allow me to ship it. So Harry, just sign up. Just sign up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now, you don't have to pay for the shipping. You don't have to pay for the shipping. The shipping's covered by the Captain Coder Academy. Strong, badass, that makes sense. So what are the advantages of using a statically typed language so variables are what they say they are? Exactly. So I often talk about you want to baby proof your code because really, why do I want that overhead of having to remember the types and just letting it fail at runtime? This will force your program, that your types are going to work when your program executes. That's basically the biggest thing. I can say that, and a lot of people say like, it feels like, I have to put overhead into thinking about it. I'd rather have the overhead be done during code writing time rather than at runtime during a debug. That's my personal preference. Andy Morrow says Java can be dynamic if you make every type object. That's true. You just can't call everything, you can't do a dot whatever you want in Java. You can, so it turns out in C#, there's a whole class called the dynamic. You can do dynamic coding in C#, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. Harry said, Andy Morrow says part of it is that strong bad. The type tells you what you can and cannot do with things. Yes, in JavaScript, you have to document the properties an object returns, and nothing stops you from adding another property at runtime. Exactly. Zush says, that's why I don't understand why everyone uses the var keyword in C# beats the point, in my opinion. So there's some benefit to doing that. I agree. I put it on the left side. You could do var, so here's where it could come in a little bit handy. It could come in a little bit handy here. Var list equals new list. All right, so maybe you have a list here on the right side, list of ints. All right. Maybe you want to change it later to linked lists. These pretty much share almost the entirely same, a very similar interface. And so you can change this type later without worrying about changing your code down the line. In my opinion, I don't like doing it this way. And instead, you should explicitly say, oh, well, I want this to be an I list. I want the ability to swap this out later. Like this, and then over here I'd have to say list of int on this side. That's sort of why people use var. Yeah, so but in C#, there's the var. You can do var in C#. I don't like it. I personally, and maybe it's just because my background is from Java so much, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. That said, we did get a failure on this test, and I know why. Does anyone know why I got a failure on this test? So when I do random, let's pull up the code side by side. Let's pull up the code side by side so you can see it. I know where the error is. But I'm going to turn the chat off for a second. Someone remind me to turn the chat back on because I often forget. But I just want you guys to be able to hear. This test is failing. It said I expected 9. All right, so if I look at my test here, I'm rolling this die. It's going to return 3. This random.next 0 to 6 is going to return 3 every time it's called. So we have this dice group expression. We're rolling 3 6-sided dice. All right. And I do this evaluate, and I'm expecting it to be a 9, but it gave me back a 12. Does anyone see the bug that I've written here? Does anyone see the bug that I've written here? I see it, but I'm curious about you. Anyone see what's going on here? Sounds like off by 1. What do you mean off by 1? Isn't this an off by, isn't this off by 4? Isn't it an off by 4 error? Oh, sorry, off by 3 error. I don't know why I said 4. Your loop is adding the next run. But yeah, my loop is adding a 1, but this is giving me a number between 1 and, so if this was 6, it's going to be 0 to 5, right? So it's side minus 1. So I have to add a 1 to get a 1 to 6. I want it to be 1 to whatever the side count is. So I have to put this plus 1. So the bug isn't this plus 1. Where's the bug? Where's the bug? You're so close. And Immortal Kid, you're red hot. You're so close to it. The dice count I think is correct. Oh, it could be dice count. I think dice count's happening 3 times though. Dice count I is equal to 0, I is less than the dice count. So that's happening 3 times. My random function top inclusive. It's my random function is top exclusive. It's top exclusive. That's why we have to put this plus 1 in here. It is top exclusive, so it goes from, if I have a 6 here, that's going to return a number between 0 and 5. So that's why I put the 1, because I want it to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. All right. The error is on this line. So it depends on how you like it. The error is on this line or this line. The return 3 plus 1 is 4. Exactly. Drift on aloft. Drift on aloft. You are correct, my friend. Drift on aloft. 100 points to you, my friend. We are returning 3 here, which would actually be the number 4 because we add 1 here. So this, I either need to change this to 2 or this to 12. I need to change this to, so it's gonna, this is, you're returning the correct thing here. I'm forcing my mock to say every time I generate a random number, get 2 back. Why not define the dice as 1 to 6? I do. That's the whole point here is side count should return 1 to 6, but the random, the thing that's generating random numbers is unrelated to the dice source. Yeah, so this is the random number generator we're using. Exactly. So I'm going to change this to return 2 because that means 1. That means 1, like that. And so now if I run this test, I should pass. Let's wait for it here. But drift on aloft, excellent work, my friend. Strunk bed, random source is the same as rand. Random source is an object that generates random numbers. Yeah, so if we were to look at the documentation for irandom, next here, it basically says returns a random integer that is within a specified range. So within sort of says between 0 and the max. I should probably put a little comment here that says makes it exclusive. But yes, so irandom has this interface defined. Thought random source was yours. I could modify random source to be different, but then I'd have to change all of the code that uses irandom everywhere in everything I've ever done. And that would be a bad idea, I think. Okay, so this tempts a simple dice group here. Let's write another test that does a little bit different. I can't remember the test. You know, dice group, multiple different random vals. Okay, should test different random values here. I can't quite remember how to do this. So on my other screen, I'm taking a look here real quick. So bear with me while I look at how I've done this before. Yeah, so I have my Captain Coder core library. So I have a core library that has a lot of sort of helper methods that I've written. One of them is this irandom, which allows me to do dependency injection of different random sources more easily because C# doesn't provide anything like this irandom. So I've made my own irandom, which is just basically a wrapper for a random number generator, but you could subclass it to do more interesting things. Oh, and Immortal Kid, thank you for reminding me to put the chat back up. And Immortal Kid, 50 points to you. Thank you so much, my friend, for helping me out and reminding me to do that. This is great knowledge. I'm glad you're getting something out of it, Strong Bad. That's my goal. I want people to learn and code and grow and get something out of this experience. I'm having a good time while I do it. And it's great if I have a good time while I do it. That's sort of how I feel about it. Oh yes, so I'm looking here. I want to be able to say I want each call to random.next to be a sequence. I want it to return a sequence. So I want to say like, oh, I return like 3, 5, and 1. And so I can't quite remember the syntax for that. I'm looking at another project real quick to see how I did it before. So just bear with me, folks. I'm looking at this on a different web browser here. Parameterized tests. Not quite parameterized tests. I just want to be able to, so the mock here, there's a way to have it say return this specific sequence. Set up sequence. Okay, so I can do .set up sequence, and so I can say it's going to return a 2, returns a 0, and then returns a 4. So now I'm going to call every time my random calls. Before, when I did it this way, it's going to return 2 every time. This allows me to specify a sequence of events. So each time I call it, the value will be different. So it's going to do 2, 0, and then 4. And so and I'm gonna make it actually do a 3D4 here. And so this should actually go from 0 to 4. And so let's change this to a 3 here. So we'll call this a 3D4. And actually let's make it a 2D4 just to give it a little bit of variety here. 2D4 like this. Yeah, mocking in test is super useful. So this is the mock library. MOQ, they're trying to be cute with the name MOQ here. So my mock does this, and we do a 2D4, and so this is going to read a 2, so this is actually 3, 1, 4, and so my expected result should be an 8 when I do this. So I'm just going to call this that test. Hang on. Test. Test roll 2D4. That's what I'm going to call test roll 2D4. Harry says, are you making your own Lexer or using a library? Good question. I'm planning to use the parser combinator library Spark, or Sprack. No, Sprack. He said, and then Harry says, I Lex and Yak, and when I was making my language for my school project, we used Lex and Yak. I've used Lex, I've used Yak as well. Not in C#, but I've used them in C, and then I think I've used them in Java as well. Don't you think it would be cool if you could program in any language? Lots of advanced programming are so difficult to grasp without really being good at English. I don't, because English is my first language. I can imagine that being true. All of the content I've used has been in English, but English is my first language, essentially the only language I'm fluent in. I've been learning Rust since 4 years now, and I still feel like a noob. I watch conf videos and I'm clueless. I haven't learned Rust. It seems like a super cool language. Strongbase says, why don't you use a variable instead of explicitly stating the returns? So I'm doing something interesting here. I'm creating what's called a mock object. And so this object says, I'm gonna pretend to be a random, but you can force me to return specific things. So in this case, in my tests, I explicitly want the behavior of when I call this random value. So this is saying when I'm setting up this object such that when I call random.next with the arguments 0 and 4, it's going to return 2, 0, and 3 in that order. And so my dice group expression here, it's actually only rolling 2, so it should be a 4 here, like this. Should return 4, so it's going to return a 2 and then a 0, which should result in the sum of 4. So 3 plus 1 should be 4. And so let's go ahead and run this. Strunk, I hope that answered your question. If it didn't, please feel free to ask for clarification, and I'll do my best to clarify that for you. Cool, perfect. We passed here. So we have a test roll 2D4. Let's do one more. Let's do one more bigger one. I'm going to copy this here. We're going to test 5D20, just to get a little bit variety. So we're going to be calling 0 to 20 here. We're going to call it 5 times. So I'm going to copy this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I'm going to have it do 0, 9, 19, 3, let's do 4, and another 9. So this should return a 1, a 10, a 20, a 5, and a 10. So the sum of this would be 10, 30, 45, 46. 46 like this. Yeah, so good question. Test 1D1, test 0D1. Those would be good tests. The 0D1 should actually be an exception. I just haven't written that in. I want to make it so that way it has to be greater than 0 both on the left and right side of that, but I haven't added those exceptions in yet. So testing those edge cases would be good. Can you step through tests with the debugger? Absolutely you can. Good question. Hyro J says, hello Hyro J, welcome to the crew, welcome to the chat, welcome to the stream, welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. Happy to have you here. Leaf 141, I'll show you stepping through it in just a moment. Let me finish writing. This should be a 5D20. And Immortal Kid, you have a really great suggestion there. I think I should, I'm not going to do it right now, but having some exception tests would be really important there. All right, so 5D20, we should get 46 back. Let me just run this test, and then I'll show you stepping through it. Fact, is that a macro or a decorator? It's essentially C# that's called attributes in C#, but if you're referring to decorators in Python, it's like a decorator in Python, or in Java, they're called annotations. So yes, this is essentially a decorator. It sort of tags this as saying, hey, this is a unit test. And so when you run it as a unit test, we should run that. Let me see if I can get, I think to debug it, I have to run it this way, but we'll try. I'm gonna add a breakpoint here. Leaf 141. I'm gonna add a breakpoint here. All right, let's see what happens if I hit debug this test. I'm not sure it's gonna debug and launch here. We're gonna find out in a second. Oh, cool, it did. So I can just click debug there and it'll launch it. I wasn't sure if it was configured to do that. And now we're paused here. We're paused here with our stepper. I can step over. We'll step over this line, and then I'll step into this so you can see me stepping into this constructor. So we'll step into the constructor, and it's coming to this dice group expression this way, and it's setting the dice count, side count, and random source this way. So we shouldn't, so an Immortal Kid made the point of like, what happens if you try a 0, 0, or a negative number? These should not, you shouldn't be able to accept those. So those should throw exceptions if your dice count is invalid. And so in my parser, I think in my parser, I'm going to make it so that way the parser won't accept it, but because I want these to be record types, you can define a dice group expression. That's right. Maybe the evaluate should throw an exception as well. But my parser is going to throw an error and let you know. Strong says, I need to learn how to use debug console in VS Code. I always used the browser. The debug, learn how to debug is such a good skill to have. But yeah, we can debug this. Then it says, oh, I just constructed this thing, and it returns pops up here. Can step over, and then we'll step into this evaluate. And so evaluate just comes in here and it says, okay, I'm going to take the sum. I'm going to loop through this thing and get this sum of it so we can watch it actually loop through. You can see all the variables and stuff going here. Beautiful thing to be able to do. Important skill to have so you're not having to do debug stuff. Harry says, I feel like Visual Studio is much easier to use for C# stuff. Yeah, I'm using Visual Studio Code. You are correct. Visual Studio is far more feature rich. Visual Studio, and so I'm using Visual Studio Code because it's the quote unquote ID. It's the text editor we use at the school for all of the languages. So the students have this software already installed. And so using Visual Studio Code is, using it myself makes me learn the experience that the students will have. And so I have to, I feel like it's very important for me to understand the experience the students will have to be able to help them with it. And then the other thing is Visual Studio is not cross-platform. And so one tool for everybody is what I'm going for here. There's a lot of things you miss out on that you get for free using the beefy IDE Visual Studio, which has some awesome features. I've used it before. And I would probably use it if my school was Windows only. My school is a bring your own device school. So we've said we're gonna stick with Visual Studio Code. All right, so we have this. I'm gonna do a commit here. So we're gonna do a git status, git add. We're gonna commit these tests, git status. Unit test 1 got deleted. Okay, this is fine. Git commit -m chore, maybe feat tests. That's probably the correct thing to do. Implement basic tests for addition expression and dice. And I probably should do 2 dice group expression. That, and we'll push that up. Real Patty Watt says, so would you say there's a benefit to exceptions for error handling over something like the Rust style of error handling where your type system can express the possibility of an error? So exceptions are for exceptional cases. It says, my program doesn't know how to continue. So Rust uses an error monad, essentially, where you propagate that error all the way out through the program. It depends on what you're doing. The exceptions are sort of a very imperative style of doing things, but the idea is it sort of gives you this easy out. It says like, well, you're using this improperly. It's not a valid thing to do. So we're just going to stop. We're just going to stop, and I'm going to say I cannot continue. An error monad would just it essentially does the same thing. It just propagates that error until something can handle it. And so the try catch kind of works the same way. So there's this idea of a result type or an error type that wraps it in, and so Haskell has the error. I think it's the result monad, or no, it's something like that. I can't quite remember. Oh my goodness, we got Mathrim C. Mathrim C has rated me. Whoa, that's amazing. Mathrim C, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Friends, Mathrim C, folks, got to give them some love. Click that follow button. One sec, we got to give you a shout out, Mathrim C. Shout out, Mathrim C. Thank you, Real Paddywhack. You don't have the power, my friend. Mathrim C, thank you so much for the follow.
Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. We have a very important guest today in our chat. Mathrim C has rated us, and we're going to show Mathrim C some love by clicking the heart button.
Give Mathrim C some love. Hit that little heart. Give him some love. Tell him how much you care. Tell him how much you care. Mathrim C, how was your stream, my friend? How was your stream? Look, Real Paddywhack, if you want a woe, you could always try redeem woe. There's a redeem woe.
Whoa.
It just cost you 100 little baby points there. Not little baby points, 100 channel points. I don't know why I said baby points. I'm sorry. But Mathrim C, how was your stream? What were you working on today? And chat, I know I got distracted here a little bit, but if I missed something in the chat, do not hesitate to ask again. I'm so sorry I missed it. But Raiders, welcome aboard. If you're not familiar with me, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. I work at a school for ages 10 to 14, teaching computer science and programming classes. That's my whole job. I love it. Teaching young people how to program, inspiring the future, I hope. That's my goal, to inspire the future. We are working on, every week at Captain Coder's Academy, we try and do a new project. So on the Discord, people suggest projects. We don't always do them. But the project we're working on right now, hang on, where's the, I got too many channels here. Live stream projects. Suggest project ideas. We're creating a programming language. Someone, 100 Acres here, said, hey, can you create a programming language? I'd love to see how you might approach that. And so that's what we're doing. We're creating a programming language in which we have dice notation as a primitive data type. So you might be able to write a arithmetic expression like the font says 3 plus 5 minus 7 plus 3d6. And this expression describes the result of rolling 3 6-sided dice and it evaluates to an integer. So that's the goal. That's the idea of what we're doing here. So for anyone who's new, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Welcome to the crew. And we have a brand new crew member, folks. Ider Far, I welcome you today. You have followed me. Thank you for following me today. Ider Far, I want to say thank you for following the Captain Coder. Welcome to the crew, Ider Far. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Dramolks asks, Dice Roller 2.0. Yes, we're doing Dicelang++. That's what I'm calling it. Dicelang++. So this one's going to actually have an interpreter and a REPL you can use. So you could write the actual program and then run it through and get the evaluation out of it. So it's going to be a console-based program. Let's see here. I missed a lot in the chat, so I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry here. I'm reading. Mathrim says, I'm working on an isometric city building game in Godot. That sounds amazing. Mathrim C, one sec. Mathrim C, do you got any links you'd like to share with us? I'd love to check it out. I just made you a VIP, so you should be able to post links here, my friend. Yeah, feel free to share them with us. Mathrim C, cool, a D&D language, essentially. So my student, people know I did Adventure Quest at CaptainCoder.org. Adventure Quest was a project I did with my students for learning object-oriented principles, testing, and we had students implement, so this is like a kick I've been on this year, having students implement a dice notation language. And so I've done this a couple times this year. It's like, this will be perfect little programming language for this. I love it. Harry says, the Captain Coder, have you used Racket? Yes, I have. It's so beautiful for purposes like this. This language idea seems so fun. It's absolutely fun. Yeah, Harry, Racket. all, it is a derivative of the programming language Scheme. I loved Racket. I love Racket. So fun little fact. I have, when I was in grad school, I worked with the creator of Racket. I think Shriram Krishnamurthy is the creator of Racket. Shriram Krishnamurthy. This guy, amazing computer scientist over at Brown. He creates educational stuff. He also does like programming languages. This guy's amazing, but he is the guy that sort of has been charging for a long time Racket, I believe, doing functional programming. Amazing guy. Worked with him when I was in grad school. Mathrm C is not yet anything to share for the city video. No worries. Before this, I made a multiplayer browser shooter in Unity. Very cool. Let's check that out real quick. Let's check that out. Proton, good day, Captain. Proton says, Proton, welcome back. Happy to have you in the crew. How the heck are you, Proton? How are you on this? It's loading. It's loading. Folks, if you guys don't know Proton is an astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician, and graphician, an absolute legend. Makes incredible chiptune music, coding for Amiga. Amazing stuff going on over on his stream. Gotta go check him out. Roma, the developer, says, I always wanted to see how a programming language might be created and approached. Yeah, so this is sort of the approach I'm taking. I learned how to make programming languages from Shriram Krishnamurthy had a student named Arjun Guha. But the book I learned was the PLT programming languages books. It's essentially this book that Shriram wrote. I wish I could find it. Let me see if I have a link to it on a different browser. Give me a second here. PLT programming languages. This here. Programming language theory. This is the book that I learned how to do programming language from. PLT, typed and programming languages. This book was amazing. Benjamin Pierce, and I think Ben might have been a student of Shriram. I'm not 100% sure. This is the book where I learned how to write programming language from. This one, proofs and types, and then advanced topics and types and programming languages. Incredible books. They're a little bit dense. Love these books though. Crafting Interpreters is the common one I hear about. I cannot give that one the stamp of approval because I've never actually read it. I've heard fantastic things about it though. Harry says, he's a hero. I love his stuff. I am so for CS for all and make it more accessible. Exactly. My school project has simple programming language for kids in my country. That's awesome. And Immortal says, I can vouch for Crafting Interpreters. Good to hear. You're welcome, Roma, the developer. You are welcome. Harry says, I had to go through Dragon Book in school. Everyone, I think they called it the dinosaur book. That's like the, I was checking out this, sorry, I got distracted here. Project, here. Mathrm C, we're checking it out. I'm so sorry, I clicked away. I just had so many tabs. I gotta clear these tabs. There's too many tabs. Gotta clear them all. All right, there it goes. Made with Unity. Let's check it out. Billy Bob Joe John Thornton. I can't put my full name in there. It limited me. Billy Bob Joe John Thornton the third is what I was going for. Joe John. All right, well, we'll just do Billy Bob. It was worth a shot. You can check. I could be a stormtrooper. Ooh, it could be a bug. It could be this thing. Cool models. Where'd the models come from? All right, let's keep looking here. Also, the author of Crafting Interpreters made a book called Game Programming Patterns. Interesting. Mouse and crosshair. Okay. Ooh, this is gonna be a shooter game. I'm terrible at these. Mathrm's game. Join game. Start game. Oh, I can't start. All right, Mathrm. We'll go with a handgun. I'm gonna be terrible. The models come from a Unity Asset Humble Bundle. Gotcha. Oh, I'm so bad at this type of thing. What happened? It is running in the browser. What happened? I don't know what happened. Did I die? Is that what happened? I think I might have died. I can shoot. Did I hit Q? Maybe it's because I hit Q. Shift. Oh, is it because my mouse is leaving the screen? Hang on. It could be that my mouse is leaving the screen. Let's try again. I think it might just be a browser thing. So my mouse, when I'm dragging my mouse to the right, No, that doesn't seem interesting. I don't know what's going on. This looks really cool. Can I shoot you? I don't know what's happening. MathRMC, we tried. This looks really cool. Might be your ping is too bad. Yeah, I am streaming, so it could be. That's probably what it is, actually. That is almost certainly what it is. Very cool. MathRMC for sharing, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing. MathRMC, 500 points. This game looks amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. I'll have to check it out. Hopefully when I'm not streaming. I'm assuming it's because I'm streaming. The objective is to get a kill before you time out. Almost certainly because I am streaming both to Twitch and to YouTube. So my ping is probably horrific. All right, so let's hop back in here. We added a very, very simple abstract syntax tree. So we did get a very, very simple abstract syntax tree. We want to implement that. How much time do we have till our break? Where am we at here? Break. It's been 75. We're going to take a break here. All right. So we did do a very, very simple abstract syntax tree. We can do arithmetic. We can do addition. And we can do dice notation, dice group. So we have addition and dice group expressions that we can do. We wrote a little simple test. When we come back, an AST should take like 15 minutes. Well, this really, really simple one, folks, for being here to witness this momentous occasion. We got a very, very simple implement. I'm gonna change implement a very simple abstract syntax for being here to witness this momentous occasion. Everybody, 50 points to all of you. You deserve it. Thank you for being here to support me. Thank you for being here to watch it unfold here on the stream, folks. So we're gonna take a break. I need to get a little bit more. I'm gonna get myself some tea, not some bean water. I know I know the screen's gonna say get coffee, and everyone's gonna be upset with me. But we're gonna take ourselves MMO pug. That's right. We did it. We done did it, folks. We're gonna take a break though. I'm gonna get some more caffeine. Maybe I'll go. Do I need a third coffee today? This is my second coffee. So good. You know what? I'm gonna go with a third bean water today. I deserve it. We're gonna be back here. No more bean water. Dremel says, no, I'm gonna get a third bean water. I probably won't drink. So I haven't even finished this one, so I think it's okay to top it off a little bit. When we come back, we're gonna be doing some stretches, folks. We're gonna be doing some stretches. So get ready to take care of yourself, take care of your body. Get your mom, get your dad, get your cousin, get your little brother, get little Bobby in the room with you. Take care of yourself. We shall return in just a moment for some stretches. Hang tight, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with the captain there. I hope I hope you were able to grab a bear. Hope you're to hang tight. Hope your fingers don't hurt too much from hanging on too long. But I'm back. The captain's here, and we're gonna hop out and for a moment. You know, the captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you gotta take care of your body, folks. And one way you can do it, one way you can take care of your body is stretching. So if you love your body, if you love yourself, you should. The captain loves you. Get on up with me. Get on up with me. We're gonna do some stretches, folks. Let's zoom out here. Do some stretches, take care of ourselves. Step on back here. Put your arms up at the side. Get up look. Hey, you in the back. You in the back. Pay attention. Get up out of that seat. Get up out of that seat. I know you're sitting there. You're probably hunched over just like I've been all morning. You gotta take care of yourself. Those RSIs, the repeated stress injuries, they're rough on your body. And so we gotta take care of ourselves real quick. So get on up with me. We're gonna, thank you, Lance. I know, you knew who I was talking to. H. Mendoza, so nice to see you this beautiful Saturday. Arms up at your side like this. I have a little bit of a shoulder. I slept funny. It's a little bit tough for me actually to get my arm up like this. I have a pinched nerve in this shoulder. It's a little bit tricky. I've been recovering the last 2 days. I slept weird. But we're gonna rotate slowly back and forth. Or get a little lower body stretch there. As you come to the side, you don't want to snap back and forth. If you're snapping back and forth, you're gonna hurt yourself. You don't want to pull anything. Just slowly rotate that body back and forth. Give it some love. Just, oh yeah. Get that blood moving through that body. You know you need it. You know you need it. And it's just so good for you. Every hour, every 2 hours. Mine is set to make sure I do it every 90 minutes. Try and do it every 2 hours tops. All right. Now slowly raise those hands up above your head. You're gonna lean into it now. Just lean to the side there. Oh, sorry. I'm getting a little captain belly there. I apologize. But just lean into it this time. Stretch this side. Get a nice stretch going here. Again, none of the stretches should ever hurt. If it hurts, you're doing it wrong. Yeah. Get that TOS violation. I'm sorry, an immortal kid. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. Just lean into it. Nice and oh yeah. Get a nice stretch in there. Really taking care of yourself. Really taking care of us. Tommy Luco, it's going beautiful, my friend. So nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. How are you? We're doing a little stretching. All right. So now we're going to do crosses. So you go from the top left down to the bottom right and just lean into it and then come back up, and then you go from the top right down to the bottom left. Yeah. Up and down. Up and down. We're just trying to get that blood moving a little bit, slightly elevated. Help take care of ourselves and get a nice little stretch in while we do it. Oh yeah, doesn't it feel wonderful? I love it. Last one, folks. Up and down, really get into it. Now bring it back up. Last stretch of the morning. Art, happy Saturday, my friend. It's so nice to see you. I hope you got some good rest. How are you doing? Lance, hot tub coder next. No hot tub coding for me. We're gonna go ahead and stretch out that quad. I got my leg up. If you can't do a quad stretch, that's okay. Maybe you can do a different stretch instead. Just trying to take care of ourselves. So with this quad stretch, folks, I like to get this leg up, pull it up, and if you're not feeling it when you're doing it, you can actually sort of lean into it. Use the hand as a counterbalance and lean into it to get a stretch. Again, it shouldn't hurt. Just want to get that nice stretch in. Maybe it's even a good way just to work on your balance. Get a nice little stretch, and we're gonna hold this for 20 seconds. Just bearing. Oh yeah, it's feel good. Tommy Luca says, have you listened to the song? What song? Tommy Luca, what song? The trombone music? Yeah. No, not trombone. The Elvis song. It's the Elvis song you should. Someone else posted a trombone song. So it's the Elvis music, right? Wonderful Elvis in a cover. I'll call it a cover. I was gonna say Elvis impersonation.
Whoa.
The Elvis cover, fantastic. A real Patty Wax, thank you for the whoa indeed, my friends. Go ahead and let that leg down, nice and easy. Bring up that other one. I'm doing much better, Art. I'm a little sick today. Still got a little bit of congestion, a little bit of chest thing going on, but I'm almost back to 100%. Oh yeah, real talent, Tommy. You're absolutely right. Real talent. This is your son-in-law or your son-in-law to be, hopefully, perhaps your daughter's boyfriend. Is that correct? Oh, this is such a good stretch here. I'm loving this. Oh yeah, just gotta take care of the ladder. Yes, gotcha. Excellent. Oh yeah. Oh, it's such a good stretch, folks. All right. Thank you for joining me in those. Thank you for taking a moment to take care of yourself, because you deserve it. You're a wonderful human being. You're a wonderful person. Maybe you're a wonderful chat GPT. Who knows? But thank you for being here. Thank you for taking care of yourself. And for being here to take care of yourself, 50 points to all of you, because I know you did it. I know you love yourselves. The captain loves you, and you should love you, and your body deserves to be cared for. Harry says, I got so tired. That's okay, Harry. We all got to start somewhere. Folks, if I missed something in the chat, I know there was a lot of stuff going on there. Do not hesitate to post again. I'd love to hear your questions. As you guys know, Captain Coder is me. I'm a computer science educator. I'd love to hear your questions. I'd love to help you out. Anything you might have. What are we working on this week? What is the project we're working on? Well, we're implementing a simple interpreted programming language that will accept dice notation as a primitive numeric type. That's the idea. Wow, those leg stretches are really something. You learn how flexible you aren't. Yeah, isn't it great? It's amazing how quickly you get flexible, though. Like a month of doing those things, not even daily, but every other day. It's amazing how flexible you get right away. I love rock climbing. They're amazing for rock climbing. I know I got this little bit of a gut going on, but flexibility is so important for the rock climbing stuff. But yeah, we're implementing a little interpreting language. We just finished a very, very simple abstract syntax tree that supports integers, addition, and dice notation. So now we're gonna write a very, very simple parser for those three things. And to use it, we're gonna use the Sprack parser combinator library. Let's reset that break timer. Break, reset, break. All right, it says I am a charcoal-based housing unit for a pre-trained neuron matrix. Beautiful. Exactly. You're carbon-based. I love the charcoal-based. Carbon-based housing unit for a pre-trained neuron matrix. Amazing. Art. What a beautiful way to say that. Okay. So we're gonna come over in our DiceLing now. We're going to be implementing an interpreter. We're gonna be implementing an interpreter for our language now. So I'm gonna create a new file here. Oh no, this is the wrong spot. Expression. DiceLing, we're gonna implement interpreter.cs. And the interpret, maybe we don't, we need a parser. Sorry, no, not interpreter. This is gonna be parser. This is gonna be able to parse, maybe I'm gonna call it parsers. This is gonna be able to take text and parse it into our abstract syntax tree. So it shouldn't be called interpreter, it's called parsers. Yeah, so we have a parsers class, a parsers file here that's gonna have our classes for parsing. Before we get into that, no, we have a new crew member, folks, Cinemeus. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but we got a Cinemeus. I'm gonna go with Cinemeus. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. But here we go. Cinemeus, welcome to the crew, Cinemeus. Thank you for following me, Cinemeus. I welcome you today to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome, my friend. How are you today? Cinemeus, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. If I'm pronouncing that name incorrectly, do not hesitate to correct me. I want you to feel welcome here. Real Pattywack says, so if it's a primitive type, could you say Just say something like var test equals 3d6, and that would cause test to have a fixed value. It would be a fixed value at that point. Good question, Real Paddywhack. It would be a fixed value because I'm not gonna do, I'm gonna do a strictly, what is it called? I don't want to do lazy evaluation. I want it to be interpreted at that moment. Yes. So the idea would be that test would have a constant inside of it. If you wanted to get 3d6 over and over, you could write a function that returns 3d6, and then that would be evaluated every time. But if you set it into a constant, it gets set in there. Good question. Tommy Luke says, oh, I started with a cool project too, by the way, a betting odds evaluate. That sounds really interesting. Harry says, I don't understand that. What does that mean? Are you trying to say you are human? Jokingly, yes. And got carbon and charcoal mixed up. Like a fool, guess I need more training. Carbon, charcoal, they're the same thing, but you know, don't worry about it, Art. Art, we all make mistakes. Art, no, I'm sorry, we all make mistakes. Come back, Art, where are you going? No, I'm just kidding. Folks, by the way, Art, give a shout out to Art here. Art is an incredible game developer working on a game. He's a game developer, indie game developer, programmer, making a game called The Warlock's Gauntlet. It's a swords and sorcery themed first person hack and slash. You gotta check that out. You gotta check it out. He's writing it in C++, which is amazing. Start off, it's amazing he's doing it in C++. I'm not great at C++, I haven't done enough. I learned a ton hanging out over in the stream, just reading the code, seeing what he's doing. But he's, not only is he writing in C++, he's writing the engine for it. So he's writing a 3D renderer. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of that. So he renders his whole 3D environment. It's a software rendered implementation. It's amazing stuff over there. It's absolutely amazing. You guys got to check it out. And the game is super fun. Art, yes, the language, in fact, I'm calling it DiceLang++. I'm calling it DiceLang++. That's correct. Art is making game in hard mode. That's correct. Tommy says, yeah, it's supposed to be kept very simple and track odds for games. So betting websites give you odds typically on super well calculated data, and thus makes basically a loss statistics for players due to the change odds from ideal odds due to house rate. Gotcha. That sounds really interesting, actually. Tommy says, what I want to do is track games that have manipulated odds. Oh, interesting. By lots of people betting on the favorite, but not on the underdog, which in return increases underdog odds, or the other way around. That sounds fascinating. Harry says C++ is hard language, rock hard language. I don't know, you know, it is C++, gives you all the power. Proton says, Art, you know 3D coding? Do you know any efficient algorithm for 3D clipping? That's a good question. Suman1846, hello my friend, welcome to the chat. Happy to have you here. Art says, I'd love to hear the etymology of DiceLang++, but I don't want to derail the stream, so do it when it's convenient. Yes, I'll be happy to tell you. Doing arithmetic expressions is the main thing, is just to have it's sort of going to be a functional programming language. The one thing that's special about it is that dice notation is a primitive type. So anywhere you could put a numeric value, you can also put dice notation, so 3d6. This would say that when I evaluate this expression, this is going to be a random value that is the result of rolling three six-sided dice. So it's essentially a programming language that has primitive types for dice rolling notation. That's it. So I wanted to come up with a simple thing to do. I wrote a little dice rolling library recently, and I've been playing around with dice rolling all since January. And I thought this would be a fun little thing to demonstrate how you might make a programming language that isn't just like, oh, let's implement the same exact programming language. I hope that makes sense. Oh, that bean water is so good. Delicious bean water. All right. Will be a nice addition to my game. That's right, Dramox. That's right. All right, so I'm gonna do a public, I think it's gonna be a static class, but maybe not. Essentially, this is just gonna be a class that holds our parsers. So I'm gonna be using a library here. I'm gonna be using this library called Sprack, C#, which is a tiny, friendly parser combinator library in C#. So the idea is you'll be able to do parsing like this. So I'm not gonna have to do regular expressions or any kind of real like crazy parser. You might use Yak or something, but I really like parser combinators. So we're gonna end up building a parser that looks like this. All right, so each of my components, I want to, using Scratch. And let's add this to the namespace here. So it's be namespace CaptainCoder.dicelang. All right, so it's in the dicelang project namespace. And I want to be able to create a parser of type int value. All right, so a parser of type int value is something that, and we'll make this public. And maybe I'll do a get like this. Can I do it this way? This will be our int. I'm just gonna call it int value. So you do parser.int value. It might not like that. Can I do that? Let's do null here just for now. Why doesn't it like this? You cannot declare instance member in a public static int value like this. Okay. So int value is going to be a parser that is able to produce int value expressions. That's the idea here. Sorry, I missed a lot here. Animortal says, Dramox, you can use this for a mini game that's all about rolling dice within your game, kind of like Gwent and Witcher. Yeah, in Witcher. Here it says, does parser combinator, it combines parsers, smaller parsers into bigger one. That's exactly what it means. And I'm about to show you how to do that a little bit with this. So it takes parsers and you can combine them into bigger parsers. That's the whole idea with parser combinator. Exactly. Harry says, I wouldn't have understood this a year ago. Parser combinator, why not say parser maker or parser Legos? I don't know. Parser combinator, I think it's just kind of, maybe it's a little catchier, rolls off the tongue a little bit better. I'm not 100% sure. But that's what we're going to use. That's what they're called. I'm a big fan of them. Tommy Luco, I think that idea is really cool. I'd love to see more of it. And if you'd like, I'd love to see you post it in our in the share your work. I'd love to see you post more about it in other projects if you'd like to. You don't have to, but I'd love to see you post about it. I'd read about that. That sounds amazing. We have this little forum here on the Discord you can post too. If you'll go mad if you try and do it with a regex. Exactly. So you know, regular expression, you know, it will only get you so far before you go mad. Drifton says, so does the dice notation return just the sum or a list of dice rolls, since it's fairly common to do something like taking the 3 highest values of the 4 rolls? It's just gonna so to start out, it's just gonna return those values. The version I have that isn't a programming language actually returns a roll result, and the roll result, and so we'll probably end up doing something like this, which has the final value, and then it'll probably have something that I'll call a stack trace. It'll essentially, or like an execution trace. And so the result will, in addition to the value, it'll give you the trace back that shows all of the calculations that happened throughout it. But we're not doing that right now. We're not going to do that right now. But yeah, I think it would make sense to include it. The roll result I have previously did include a string that says, oh, here's all the dice rolls and the mathematical expression that came out. All right, so let's check it out here. Great question, Drift on Aloft. Great question. Yes, and so the whole Drift on also asked, it's fairly common to do something like taking the 3 highest values of 4 rolls. That's exactly what I would like to be able to implement as far as functions go. And so one of the things I want to be able to do is have a function like this, max of 3D, max 3 of 4D6. I don't know exactly what the notation is going to look like, but I would like to be able to define functions that could operate like this, and this would actually give us the maximum 3 rolls from a 4D6, like this. I want to be able to do things like this, and so what does the language? What does this mean? What is the syntax? How do we do that type of thing? But I would like to be able to write functions over a dice roll result to extract information out of it. Fabulous questions. Excellent. Drift on for such a good question. So I'm gonna have to think about how do I want this to work, because I haven't fully thought it out. 50 points for such a wonderful question. That's such a good question. Yeah, fabulous. If I missed something in the chat, please let me know. It looks like there's some great conversations happening out there. But yeah, if there's something that I missed and you'd like me to comment on it, please do not hesitate to draw it to my attention. So we're going to have an int value here. The idea is the following. Let's take a look here. I got to remember the syntax. I'm looking at the documentation over here on this other screen, so bear with me just a moment while I pull up this documentation. Captain Coder. One sec. I'm actually not looking at documentation. I'm looking at a little thing I wrote previously for doing parsing. Just to remember the syntax here. Ah, yes, that's right. That's right. We're going to use link syntax, which is beautiful. So we can actually say the following: from leading in parse. So watch this out. Parse white space dot mini. All right. So this is a parser that parses white space. And we're going to say parse as much white space as you can. And we're going to store that in a variable called leading. Then we're going to create another variable here called value. And it's going to say int parse dot digit. Parse dot digit. What's going on? Why can't I get digit here? From value in parse dot digit. Here is a parser that parses digits. And we're going to say at least once. So it's going to say parse out one or more digits, and it's going to store it as a string called value. And then finally, we're going to say select int dot parse. We're going to do string dot join the values, string dot join on value. Yeah. So this, what's happening here? What did I do wrong? We're not just returning an int. This needs to parse a new int value. There we go. So this is a parser that is capable of parsing int values. And the way we do that, we say first, pull any white space in that's before it out, then parse at least one integer, that one digit, and we're going to parse a bunch of digits. And this is going to give us back, I think this is actually going to give us an array of characters, an enumerable of characters. And then we're going to join those back and do parse here, and then pass that into our constructor. I hope that makes some amount of sense. Harry says, in Rust, I used a library called nom. It does the same thing. The only thing I know in C# is .NET stuff because of my job. Thanks for introducing me to this library. You're welcome, Harry. This library is really, I've used it. I really enjoyed it. There's a couple other options as well. This is the one that I really have only used. I haven't used any other ones. Need Job Care says, man, I get tired by 7 p.m. doing coding all day. I get tired by 7 p.m. too, but I get up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And I code all day too, kind of. I code all morning, then I teach during the day, and then I usually just chill at night. I'm amazed at the people that stream at the end of their day. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I'm too worn out by them. Dronk says, all these NPMs make functions way more readable. I'm not sure what you mean by NPMs. You can use parsec in C#, right? Ooh, I don't know. Does parsec exist? So I've used Haskell's parsec in C#. Is there a parsec library? Oh, parsec C#. Oh, real paddywhack. Oh, I might need to use parsec because I've used parsec so much in Haskell. Real paddywhack. For your contributions, I have to give you 250 points for this one because I did not know this was an option. I gotta bookmark this. Thank you so much for pointing. I might have to jump ships and switch to this parser library because I'm such a parsec fan. Oh man, we might have to do parsec because I love me some parsec. Parsec sharp, I love it, is my take on parsec, Haskell's Monetic Parser Combinators Library. Oh, you know what? I'll probably won't use this because look how old it is. This might not be the one. All right. So I really shouldn't use it. It's 9 years old, 8 years old. I shouldn't use this one. I wonder if there's a different one. Yeah, it looks like maybe I shouldn't use it. Sprack is highly up to date. maybe not high, 2 years ago. Okay, maybe not high. This is developed. Oh, interesting. Maybe it's not. It's more up to date. Real Paddywhack, I might do this in F sharp as well after I finish the C sharp version. Let's look F sharp, parsec. F parsec. F parsec is the parts common label for F sharp. This might be what we do. I've thought about using F sharp, which is sort of a pure, not a purely functional, it's sort of the functional programming language that .NET has. And I've played around with F sharp a little bit. It really just makes me want to use Haskell. I don't like the type inference in it. The typing in it is so awkward. I got to check it out though. All right, we're gonna give it. We're not gonna check it out today or right now, but F parsec might be the way to go. Oh, look how up to date this looks. Look how up to date this looked 4 months ago. And parsing in a functional languages always feels so much nicer too. That said, this syntax is nice. All right, so we have an int value here. Let's hop back in here. Real Paddywhack, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it very much. All right, so we have our parser for an int value. We also need to do a parser for our dice group expression. Dice group expression. This one's gonna be a little bit trickier. So we always start out removing the white space from the beginning, white space, like this. And then we're gonna parse an integer. So from this is gonna be our count. We'll call this dice count in parse.digit.atleast once. So we need one or more digits. And then we're gonna do another one here called from, we can ignore it, D, essentially, so we're gonna do dchar in parse.char. Specifically need to parse a lowercase d. And maybe we should allow spacing, but in this case, it won't allow us to have spaces here. And then we're gonna do from, this is gonna be dice or sides, side count in parse.digit.atleast once. So we're gonna parse the sides here, and then we're gonna do a select, and from this is where things get tricky. It's like, this is sort of, we need to be able to specify the default, blah, 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 something like that. So I'm not entirely sure. So sorry, I'm letting us get confused here. This random thing is tricky. This random thing is tricky for me here. I think it's in the wrong spot. It almost needs to be an evaluate, but we're gonna keep building this as we go. There's some nastiness here. So there's some nastiness here that I'm not liking. So then we're gonna do a select though, and this is gonna be a dice group expression dot with, what is it? This is interesting that since I've named them the same thing, this would be this would be dice lang dot dice group expression dot with default source. It's gonna be our dice count and our side count, but we have to parse those out. So I'm gonna create a little helper function here. Private dice group expression from parse results. This is a terrible name, but this is gonna have our I enumerable char dice count, I enumerable char side count. So this is just gonna simplify my life a little bit here, because look how gross this code is right here. This is just gonna say, okay, we get this all parsed out, and we're gonna do from parse result. This needs to be static. From parse results, dice count, side count. There we go. And now I've sort of pushed this off. I've pushed this off to implement a dice expression parsing result thing here. Harry says, to need job coder, where do you live? In my country, you can literally get a job in a day if you are a dev. We really have a software engineer scarcity. Depends on what you're doing, I'm assuming, in a variety of different places and how, skilled you are. That said, I don't know for sure. Real Paddywhack says, glad you enjoyed the suggestion. Love the suggestion, Real Paddywhack. Thank you again for it. Needcoder says, bro, there's like 1,000+ people per internship that pay $60 a month. That sounds bad. Yeah, that's not what you want. To be able to survive, right? You need a little bit. You need to be able to make a living. That said, sometimes look, getting an internship can get you to that next level. I wish, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. Struggling with some words here. Okay, so I'm gonna say that we have an int. This is gonna be our dice count. I'm gonna rename this dice count cares. Side count cares. Int dice count equals int dot parse, and this is gonna be string dot join, and we're gonna join together our dice count cares like that, and we'll do an int side count equals int dot parse string dot join side count cares like that, and this is going to return a dice group expression, and it should be a dice lang dot dice group expression dot with default dice count side count. And the reason I pulled this out this way is I want to be able to check. We can't make, our parser is going to give us an exception. It's going to say we cannot do this if we don't. Dice count has to be an integer that's greater than 0. Side count has to be an integer that's greater than 0. So in this case, we're going to say if dice count, and maybe it's this thing where we should fail. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but here for now, I'm going to do dice count cares. Dice count is less than 1. We're going to throw a new exception, and this should probably be like a parser, some kind of parser exception. For now, again, I'm being a little bit vague here. The parser exception is probably what we'll probably make a default parser exception, so that way when you're doing the parsing, you'll get some informative information out of it. Right now, there's not going to be very much information here. System, I should have system, new invalid operation exception. Do I have a parse exception? New parse exception. All right, so this is close enough. Initialize a new instance of parse exception class. Beautiful. You can give it a string and a position. I don't know how to get that position information out yet. I've never done that. So for now, we're gonna say could not parse dice, and I'm doing name in case that changes dice group expression. Could not parse dice group expression with dice count, and then we'll say dice count here with dice count of this. All right, and then we'll do a similar thing for side count. Could not parse that, and I'll do dice count as 2 words. Dice side count of side count. So at least we'll get an error message here, and then we'll actually produce a dice group like this. So we have a parser for int value, we have a parser for dice group expression like this. Now that we have these two things, we can write a more generic. Oh, we need one for doing addition as well. All right, we need one for doing addition. Before we get to that, I want to do one that is sort of the combination of these two. So these are like value expressions. So I'm going to create a public static parser, and this is going to be a expression. For now, it's going to be either a dice group or an int value. So I sort of call these, I don't know if atom is the right word, but essentially it's going to be an expression coming back out of here. And this is the type of expression is a value or maybe an int, a value expression. I'm not sure. Maybe atom, it parses an atom. So this is a thing that can be part of an arithmetic expression. I'm not sure what I should call this. I'm going to call it atom for now, and I think I need to come up with a better name because atom is just not good. not expressive of what I want. Essentially, it's something that could be part of an arithmetic expression. Here we go. Numeric expression. There we go. It's a numeric type. A numeric type. Here, kid, I make about 20K a year, and that's a good wage maker. It's like teacher salary. Gotcha. 20K USD, so that's the translation of that. Gotcha. Let's give this a shot here. So in this case, we're gonna do the following. This is where the combinator part comes in. I'm gonna say, first, try and parse a dice group expression. Or, so we're gonna do a dice group expression or an int value. So this is gonna be, why didn't the or work here? Or cannot be referred to from the usage. Try specify the type explicitly. I think I might have to tell it that this is going to be as parser of expression. There we go. So I'm going to say parse dice group expression as though this was the type. Or if you're not able to parse that, try parsing the int value. So I'm going to just tab this over a little bit. So it's going to be a dice group expression or an int value. Those are the two things it could be for getting a numeric expression. Okay, let us continue here. Now that we have a numeric expression, we want to be able to parse addition expression. So public, static, parse. Again, it's going to be an addition, not again, this is an addition expression. And we'll probably end up with something called a bin op, a binary operator expression. But I'm just going to call it addition expression. Like this. And this is going to be equal to, what is it going to be equal to? We need to parse a numeric. Okay, so from leading, we're going to take in parse dot white space dot mini. So parse out all of the white space. Then we need to get a numeric expression, left side. And there's going to be, you're going to see as we continue building this thing, when we add parentheses, and I'm not going to talk too much. So left side in, this is going to be our numeric expression. And then we want to parse our plus symbol. We want to parse our plus symbol. And so I'm going to create a little thing up here that's going to let me get a plus symbol out. Oh, I guess I could put it directly here. So this is going to be, we got to get, white space again, additional white space, white space in. So this is a little tricky here because we got to get white space. We get the left expression, potentially a space, then the right side is another numeric expression. And then we are gonna get, and then that's it. And then that's it. So you might be seeing a little bit of a weird issue in what I'm doing here. And you should be seeing a weird issue in what I'm doing. It's not gonna work. It's gonna work a little bit, but it's not gonna work for all of it. So now that I have a left expression and a numeric expression on the left, numeric expression on the right, I can actually create a new addition expression. Oh, I forgot, one sec. We do a white space, this is where plus symbol in parse.char. We're looking for the plus symbol here. And then we need, this is where the white space is getting confused. So white, and again, white spaced, got to give it white space too. This is why I'm saying I might pull this out into its own parser for saying parse plus symbol. Okay. And so now we're going to get the right side. And now a new addition expression is going to be our left side and our right side, like that. That's how we do it. Pretty nifty. I love how easy the syntax for this parser is to read. There's an issue with this that is a little bit tricky to deal with, and we're going to look at how to deal with it if we have some time here. We're definitely going to deal with it later on in this project. We might not deal with it today. Does anyone sort of see the issue right now? When we go to write a test, we're going to see it right away. But can anyone see why this addition expression isn't going to work well? It'll work for the following expression: 4 plus. It'll work for 4 plus 3d6. It'll work for like 1d, 2d4 plus 9. It'll work for 1d8 plus 2d20. It'll work for these ones. It's gonna work just fine for this. But does anyone see where we fail? Does anyone see where we fail? Because we fail a little bit. There's a little bit of a failure. While you're thinking about that, I want to promote one last time, maybe 2 more times. We're getting close. We're getting close here. The giveaway is going to be happening in an hour, folks. Giveaway on this beautiful Captain Coder tumbler. This Captain Coder tumbler could be yours. This Captain Coder tumbler could be yours. I'll ship it anywhere in the world that the United States Postal Service will let me ship it. Anywhere in the world, the United States. So if you live somewhere where the United States Postal Service will ship stuff, you could win this beautiful mug. This beautiful mug. Check this. Check out this delicious. This not mug. Tumbler. This laser engraved Captain Coder tumbler, which was donated by the amazing MMO Pug folks. This could be yours. All you got to do, get on the Discord, hop over to that giveaways channel, and click on this ta-da reaction. Clicking this ta-da reaction enters you to win. Enters you to win. So don't forget to do that. This giveaway is happening at 10 a.m. local time. So in 1 hour, folks. All right. So the issue with this is I cannot do something like the following. I couldn't do 4 plus 7 plus 9. This only works for this piece here. What separates a tumbler from a mug? I think it's the handle. So this is a mug. I think technically a mug has a handle on it. So there's no handle on a tumbler. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. And I also think a tumbler technically closes because you can tumble it or something. I don't know. Look, Art. I'm a codologist. I'm not a cupologist. I'm a codologist. But yeah, so we have this little issue here where we cannot do expressions with multiples, pluses in it. Yeah. So let's keep here. Let's keep moving on though. You're welcome, Art. I think that's the look. We can look it up. What is the difference between a mug and tumbler? That's a good question. Most reusable travel coffee mugs have a handle, built right into their lids for easy on the go. Handle on the lid. Interesting. On other hand, tumblers are completely handless. Okay, so I was right that it has do not have a built-in hand. So I guess I was right on that. Tumbler does not have a handle. That was my guess. G says, good morning. Oops, so Bitlet just got home. Welcome home, G. Happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. How the heck are you doing? So nice to see you, G. Yeah, would love to know how you're doing on this. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. It's been a beautiful Saturday for me. Let's format this document. So the question is, how do we overcome this thing here? How do we overcome this? Well, a numeric, we kind of need to put it in this numeric expression somehow. We need to be able to parse in multiple pluses inside of this. So it's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky to do. We sort of need to say, okay, well, addition can kind of be, so there's a couple things. We can say, well, our addition, our numeric expression, so to speak, is going to be a number. So it's going to be like, one of these things. So it'd be num expression. And then optionally, you have a plus. Optionally, you have a plus followed by, not a num expression, but we might call this addition exper. This is how you sort of define, this is like considered a language grammar syntax. It's kind of like, it could be a num expression, or a numeric expression followed by a plus, and then another addition expression. So we kind of have to do it this way. So this will allow us to say, okay, well, I'm going to get a num expression, and then I want another addition expression. And so this recursively comes into this and finds the next one. That's kind of what we got to do. So we have this recursion here like that. G says, I feel bad this morning, but now that I've been outside in the rain, I feel better. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. I'm sorry you weren't feeling great this morning. I'm glad to hear you're feeling at least a little bit better now. Glad to hear that. Dramilk says, when you said Tumblr, Captain, I thought you were given is this. Oh no. What's this link? This is the Bat Tumblr. The Bat Tumblr. That's funny. It tumbles, it rolls. Art says, I think I have heard the expression whiskey tumbler, which I now also need to check on. Thank you very much for the explanation. Look up 2 thumbs up. Glad to help you out. I can try. Dramilks, trust me. I trust you, Dramilks. Proton says, Harry, I'm old and sick. Not very old, but older and very sick. Yeah, so I hope you're doing all right, Proton. I love checking out your stream. Happy to have you here today on this beautiful day. I love listening to your music, my friend. You give me so much joy, Proton. I hope you know that you give me lots of joy. But I'm glad that you don't have to work on. I hope you don't have to work on things that you don't care about. Seems like you're always working on some cool stuff. Real Peter says, my mind always goes to rock tumblers. Gotcha. 2 tumblers up. No, 2 tumblers up. 2 tumblers up. All right, so we're going to try and redefine our addition expression in this way. All right, so we're going to say that we're going to get some white space. Then we get a numeric expression. All right, so we're going to get a numeric expression. Then optionally, we have a plus followed by another expression. So I'm going to define a little thing down here called, I'm going to make it private, static. I'm not sure what the parser type is yet. Parser of some type. I think this needs to be a delegate. I think it needs to be a function type that lets us add some stuff onto the end. I'm going to just go with something, such object for now. And we're going to fill that in later because this will let me parse anything to just play around with the syntax. And we're going to call this addition expression right side of a terrible name. Maybe it's not. Maybe it describes what it's doing, but it's kind of awkward here. And so this is going to be a from leading. We're going to take leading in parse.whitespace.mini. So we parse out all of the white space. Essentially, we're going to do this. Parse out the white space, get a character, parse out the white space, and then we need to parse an addition expression. All right, so we're going to call this the remaining expr. All right, and this is going to be an addition expression. So parse an addition expression here. And then we have, I don't know what this type looks like. It's sort of this, it's going to be sort of an expression that's a bunch of pluses and it's just missing the first part. So it's sort of going to be like this a continuation. So it's this thing that does a sum and then we need the first part to be able to finish the summation on it. And so for now, I'll just do select one to make, can I do a select new addition expression? What is, doesn't like that. Addition, an expression is not allowed in a subsequent from clause with the source parameter anonymous. Is this just named weird? Let's try addition expression 2 here. No. Why can't I do the from remaining expression? Type inference failed in the call to select mini. They do numeric, one sec, numeric expression. Doesn't like that either. What am I doing wrong here? Give me a moment, I gotta look at something. I've written something similar to this. I guess I could open this up in this browser so we can see. I've done parsers before for a dice language, so let's see what I did before. This was sort of my my grammar previously. Again, weird names, term, factor. These come from my time working on like a basic interpreter for the programming language basic. Not that it's a simple interpreter for the programming language basic. I stole that. My little is not allowed in a subsequent from clause in a query expression with source type parser anonymous white char plus mini. I don't know why I can't do that. Which is kind of, oh, hang on. Is it if I did this? One sec. I think it's the select. Yeah, the select clause is doing something weird. Because objects can't be new. Can I just do default? Bet the issue is that I'm doing object here. Hang on. Let me just change this to an int. Select 5. There we go. It's because I had object here. So I got to figure out exactly what I want to do in that. Devereaux says, I will leave my lurking corner, satisfied about my progress, but hungry. So time for some food. Enjoy your food. Enjoy your food, Devereaux. I hope you have something delicious. I myself am starting to feel a little bit hungry as well, so I might have to hop off here. I was hoping to go for another, 30, 40 minutes, but we might stop. We'll see where we get. We're super close to having this parser working, and then I'm gonna hop up. But if we don't make it to the end, I might stop a little bit early because I am feeling a bit hungry. Food sounds delicious. G says, I am also going to start making dinner at 6 p.m. over here. Well, enjoy your dinner, G. Thank you so much for popping in. As always, you are always welcome here. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. McNets, hi, Captain and people. Hi, McNets. How are you on this beautiful Saturday? I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. It's a beautiful Saturday for me. I hope you're having yourself a beautiful, gorgeous, wonderful, happy Saturday, my friend. Of course, I'm glad. All right, everybody, food break. We're gonna take a food break. That's right. No. We're gonna keep. If you need to take a food break, that's fine. That's fine. Just remember, you're welcome back anytime if you step away. And don't forget to get in. Don't forget, we're almost out of time, folks. 50 minutes. Get in on this giveaway. All you gotta do, click that little button. This tumbler could be yours. For the low value of a click. Let's come back in here. Right side of addition expression, parse a numeric expression. Okay. This needs to be a function. This needs to be a function which takes in the original, the numeric expression on the left. Yeah, so this is gonna be expression, left side. All right, so this is actually gonna be a function like this. Can I do a return here? There we go. So this is gonna take in a function which is the left side of this expression. And then it's gonna build up the remainder of it, I believe. And so the thing it returns is going to be a, should be an addition expression. But it's sort of like it chains them all together. And so this would be new. Yeah, so it'd be a new. This is going to be a dicelang dot addition expression. The left side is here. This is the left expression, left. And then the right side is the remaining expression. There we go. So what's interesting here is this sort of says, oh, get the left thing. If there's a right thing, we return it like this. So we sort of go through and say, get this left side and then remaining, left side and then remaining. One thing that is interesting here. Yeah. So I see what's going on. Now my addition expression is going to parse this left side, and then it's either just a num expression or a num expression followed by an addition expression with the right side of an addition expression. So there's this little trick we're gonna have to do here, which is we first check and see is it this thing, and if it's not that thing, then it must be this thing. If it's not that thing, then we just die because we can't do anything with it. And so we pull this white space off. And then we might have to build a one more little parser here. And we might be able to refactor this to be a little bit cleaner. Num expression. Okay, so just for my brain's sake, I got to do private static parser addition expression, which would be optional addition expression. It almost feels like addition expression. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. This is why I called it term optional addition expression. We need a better name than this. This is going to be the parser that does when we have a full thing here. All right, so this one is going to be that we parse the white space, and then we have a left side, and then we have the remaining expert in right side of expression with the left side here, and then we select remaining expression. There we go. So this is the case where we have both. I could probably do some parentheses stuff. I'm not good enough with C# syntax, with the link syntax, to know how to do it. All right, so we're gonna say this will be either optional addition expression, or just a numeric expression. And this is gonna return us an expression. All right, so check it out. I think we're gonna write a test to see if this is true, see if this works. The idea is that first we check to see if we can do this with a plus in there. I might have to put, there's some mutual recur. Is there mutual right side of expression? Does this call addition expression? Remaining expression, numeric exprestion. This needs to call addition expression. That was shouldn't be numeric, addition expression. So there's like this mutual recursion going on here, but I think it is a left recursion. Don't worry about that term, left recursion, because I have this optional addition expression on the left side. I think left recursions are allowed. I know for a fact right recursions are bad news. Right recursions are bad news. We will end up with Stack Overflows with them, so we're not going to do those. I think I have a left recursion here. All right, let's see if we can write a test and see if we can get an addition expression parsed in. These parsers were super simple. Dice group expression, int value. We'll write some tests for those as well. But we're going to come over here. I'm going to duplicate this file. We're going to call this our parser. This is our addition expression parser test. Addition expression parser test. Parse. I don't even know if I need the word test on these. Parse simple addition. All right, so the idea, and we don't support parentheses yet. We'll have to add that in. There's a trick to adding in parentheses that will make it not too bad. We got to be able to parse this. All right, so the idea is we have our parsers dot, maybe I should call it dicelang parsers. I don't like that I just called it parse there. Addition expression dot, how do I actually, is invoke what I do to actually perform the parse? Give me a second. I gotta look at documentation here. Gotta look at documentation. How do we actually do the parse at the end of the day? Invoke. Is it just in? No. This is me doing some crazy curried stuff here. I have a much better solution this time than that. Let's look at our tests that we wrote on this one. Our dice tests. Bear with me, folks. We're almost there. We're so close. Can you taste it? I can taste it. When you're this close, you can taste it. All right, dice notation tests. Like this. We've never been closer. That's right, anymore. Okay, we've never been closer. I'm doing it in this parse method here. Can I just jump to this? Definitions, let's go to our dice notation.parse. So I pull my parser, try parse. Okay, so there's a method called try parse. Try. Why is there no try parse here? What? Addition expression. Why can't I do try parse? This thing, it's an object? What's going on here? Addition expression. What type is this? Parser. It's a Sprack parser. You keep saying that's into my pods and he hates it. That's hilarious. You got to see it's how you say it. It's how you say it that you know gets you in there. Oh, you can't just say, well, we're closer than ever. You're like, oh man, we are closer than we've ever been. You got to say it in such a way that it sounds amazing, even if it's not. Yeah, we are closer than we've ever been. So this is a delegate for an I input. What have I done wrong here? So it's I guess. Why can't I do this? Hang on, let me look at my. I've used this before. Parser. Why is there no try parse? Am I using the same? Oh, try parse is literally something else. Let's go look at one point. Is dice group not? Try parse is something that I've defined. I hate this. Why am I such a bad programmer, folks? Did I not write a... At some point we gotta do it. Dice notation dot parse. I know I'm using these. Why can't I jump to this? Dice notation dot parse. Dice notation dot parse. Parsers.expr. Okay, so what is parsers.expr? Let's go look at this file. Parsers. EXPR, yeah, EXPR. This is returning a parse like this. Is this, am I using Sprack? Yeah, I am using Sprack. I don't have a try parse on it. Am I using this? Am I using an older version? What version am I using? Nope, same version. Why is there not a try? What does it think the type of this? Hang on, let's try this. Parser. Oh, duh. Okay. Using Sprack. All right, there we go. Dot try parse. What a fool I was. So 5 plus 2. This should give me back. All right, so this should return an I result of addition expression results, like that. All right. So when I do 5 plus 2, I should get an addition expression out. This should be a successful parse. What are you saying? Oh, this returns true. Hang on, this needs to be an out. We'll define this above, so I don't have to define it there. It's probably going to tell me to find it inline. It says it never used. Assert.true. This should be a successful parse. 5 plus 2 should be a successful parse. Wait, try this. This isn't a boolean here. All right, never mind. I was thinking it was a try thing. I plus 2 equals true. Yay, correct. No, it's parsing it out. What is it? Cannot explicitly convert to a Sprack I result. To a Sprack I result, Captain Dice. Oh, it's just an expression. And then under the hood, we know that it's going to be an addition expression. That's right, G. 5 plus 2 equals true. No, so we should do results dot was successful. There we go. Assert true. If it was successful, it should be successful. We should be able to parse 5 plus 2. And then the result of evaluating, result.value.evaluate. This should be a value. This should be we have this weird value type. Value results. Eval results. This should be an int value that is 7. Expected equals new 5 plus 2 is 7, right? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. For some reason, my brain's like, shouldn't that be 8? But in my heart, I know it's not true. So we're gonna assert equal expected and eval result here. So these should be equal if we were able to parse it. All right, let's do a run here. This is a really parse. I'm gonna do parse 5 plus 2 is probably what I should rename this. Did not work. We got an exception though. Through an exception, value cannot be null. Value cannot be null, line 39. Yeah, I thought this was gonna be the case. This, because the order these things are defined coming down, it cannot, there's like a null, the order these are defined is important. I think if I put this down here, this solves it. This needs to be defined before this. And in fact, I don't have to put it all the way beneath it to have it defined. Let's give this a shot. So I don't need the dice line here. I don't fully believe it, but I guess so. Let's try that test again. I'm 90% sure saying that this value was null because it hadn't been defined by the time we got here. See if we get a different failure or a pass. I'm expecting to get a failure. Oh, I passed. Okay. All right. So now the question is, can I do the recursive thing where I have multiple pluses? So we're going to call this parse 5 plus 2. Okay. Let's try a longer expression. Try parse 5 plus 2 plus 9. 5 plus 2 plus 9. And the spacing here, just notice the white space shouldn't matter. So I should be able to put like weird white space in here and it shouldn't matter. All right, 5 plus 2 plus 9, because I have like that full parse, it's pulling out all the white space. I'm gonna put that in there just for fun. 7 plus 9 is 16. Let's try this one. Boom. Okay. All right. I'm happy. I'm feeling good about this. The way I've done the 3D like the dice notation is gonna be strange to test. So this sort of tells me that maybe my interfaces, my API for testing here need to be adjusted. But we're gonna parse 5 plus 2d6. So we're gonna try 5 plus 2d6 like this. The evaluation is interesting because this is basically really practically impossible for me to test. Not quite, but it's very awkward to test for the following reason: is where is the source of randomness coming from? And so I'm gonna have to use a mock thing, and then I have to set like the default value in there. So I feel like my evaluate, really I need something called an evaluator that has some context we can set, and then our method. So there's gonna be a refactor here next time. I'm not gonna do it today because we're just running short on time, but I'm gonna see if I can get this to pass. And so my addition expression, where did I put it? Let's come back to expression here. My dice group expression has this default random source I'm using. And so I can change this. So that way when we go to evaluate, our random source will be the thing that we set here. And that feels gross and hard to debug down the line. And so instead I need sort of this idea of a program context and we'll implement that next time. For now, I'm gonna show you this And so this is sort of the idea of like, as you're going through stuff, you're going to run into little issues where you need to rethink this process. So it's an iterative process. All right, so our dice group expression. So this just feels gross. Our default random source, we're gonna get a mock object in here, mock random. All right, so I'm gonna make a mock. I got it using mock. We're gonna make a mock irandom. Mock random is equal to a new mock like that. And this is gonna be our object. And we got to bring in the Captain Coder core. So this will allow us to specify what the random values we're going to get back are. Revere, good morning. Good morning. No, good evening to you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Good evening. Aren't you? Where are you? Why is it evening for you? I thought you were on the, aren't you on the East Coast, Canada? Wouldn't it be afternoon for you? I thought you were 3 hours ahead of me. 2 p.m. Is that evening? Someone tell me, is that evening? I would consider that afternoon. I'd consider afternoon, but good day. Good existence to you, sir. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Anyone who doesn't know, Revere is an astounding, incredible streamer, game developer, 3D artist. He's making a space trucking game called Unforgiven Space. His goal is to beat Star Citizen to release. It's sort of a parody of Star Citizen, really. Such fun. I love your stream, Revere. Folks, you gotta give Revere some love. See that little heart button? Just give it a little click there. Don't break his heart. Love his heart. Give him some love, folks, because Revere deserves that love because he's a wonderful person. Revere, how are you doing today on this? I hope you're doing well. I know this was your first week back after your vacation. Is that correct? How was your first week back? Okay, so we have a mock here. This is gonna be 5 plus 2d6. The idea is have 5 plus 2d6. And we'll have to add in some subtraction stuff. You're doing good, you're relaxing, but this week was terrible, but you got through it. I'm sorry to hear it was terrible. I know you're not a big fan of your job. But I don't think you're like not a fan of your job. It's just a job. It's something that happens sometimes. It's just a job. So we should be able to parse this. And when we eval it, I'm gonna make it so our mock random. So we're gonna say mock random dot sequence, set up sequence, random. This should be calling random dot next 0 to 6. It should be calling this twice. It's gonna return, we'll have it return 0 first, and then we'll have it return 4 the second time. So this should be 1 plus 5 is the random. So it's going to be 5 plus 6, and our end result should be 11. So I'm really curious how it does. Oh, good. Oh, that's awesome to hear that you love your job. Revere says, I love my job. I just love game dev more. That's fair. It can be exhausting when your mind is occupied elsewhere. And Immortal says, feel you there, Revere. You ever get the terrible week so it kills all your game dev creativity? Holy moly, guys, this worked. I can't believe this worked on the first shot. Let's try one more. We might actually be able to build a little tiny REPL today. 3D3. Let's do a 3D3 here. 3D3 should be going from 0 to 3, and we'll return 0, return 2, and then return 1. So this would be 1, 3, 2. So it should be 5, 6 plus 5, again, 11. Let's change this a little bit to be 2 plus 3d3, just to test out something else. Actually, that's 2d4 plus 3, 2d4 plus 3d3. Let's do 2d4 plus 3d3 to give it a little bit more fun. So when we call 2d4, we return 0, we're gonna return 3. So it should be 1 plus 4. And then the second set, we'll do another setup. I'm curious if I've never done it this way. This should be to a 3, and we'll do 0, 1. I'm curious if this is 2. So this should give us back 1 plus 4, and then 1 plus 2 plus 3. So we should end up with 5, 6, 10, 11. I managed to end up at 11 again, which is not what I want. I want to get a different number. Let's go with 2 here. So this should be 10. 4 plus 6 is 10. Let's try it. Let's try it. Run test. Those rare wait, this worked. I was just surprised. I wrote an awful lot of code. Okay, we pass here too. All right, I think we got, before we actually get reset, before we, should be part of this whole thing. Get status, get commit -m, beat, implement, value, or really it's addition, expression, parser. This is exciting. Did we finish all our goals today? Basic parser for atoms. Holy moly, I can't believe we did it, folks. Folks, I can't believe we done did it. I didn't think we were gonna be able to make it through all 3 of these today. I'm so happy that we did. And for being, we just did a commit, for being here to witness this most momentous occasion. All of you gonna get 50 points. 50 points. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it very much. And then, because we finished all of our main goals today, 100 points to all of you. 100. Thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you for being here to be here with me to do it. I'm not going to do this bonus here. We define a left recursive grammar for all of arithmetic. We're not going to do that, and we're not going to add conditional logic today. One thing that, well, I got to hop off here. I only got 15 minutes left, so I can't go that much longer. So I'm going to wrap up a little bit here. Let me tell you a little bit about what's going on at Captain Coders Academy this coming week, folks. This coming week, Captain Coders Academy, in the next 30 minutes, actually. Next 30 minutes, we are doing a giveaway here. It's going to be on the Discord. You got to be on the Discord to be part of the giveaway. It's not going to be on stream. I've thought about doing, I found a tool to do live giveaways. So we might be doing some live giveaways. But this week, if this giveaway goes well, next week, let's talk about what next week is. We're going to be doing some more giveaways. We're going to be giving away I think this is a 30-ounce tumbler, laser engraved 30-ounce tumbler. We're going to be giving away a laser engraved 30-ounce tumbler. We're going to be giving away some more official Captain Coder socks, folks. Guaranteed. Look, if you wear these socks, these Captain Coder socks, guaranteed to give you up to a 3% boost, up to a 3% boost in your coding ability. And then we're also going to be giving away next week Captain Coder coasters, assuming this giveaway goes well. But that's the plan. We have some Captain Coders laser engraved coasters we're going to be giving away next week as well. So stay tuned for that. There's going to be some more giveaways, but be sure to get on the Discord, join that giveaway. So that first giveaway is going to be happening in 30. Oh, that first giveaway is going to be happening in about 25 minutes. 25 minutes. So you got to get in there. You got to click that reaction for your chance to win, folks. Click that reaction for your chance to win. You know you want it. I will ship it anywhere anywhere the United States Postal Service will let me ship it. So don't worry about shipping. That shipping's covered by Captain Coder. Okay. Then on Tuesday, folks, we're trying something new with office hours. And so I hope you'll join me on Tuesday. If you can, it's a weird time for some people. Tuesday, April 25th, 9:15 local time. You can check out, it'll show your local time if you take a look at this thing here. I'm gonna be doing office hours. In the past, we've sort of had I'm not sure what we're doing in office hours. I'm gonna kick it off this time with a lesson on C# delegates. I'll be recording that lesson, so if you can't make it, there'll be a recording of it for you. But if you wanna come and interact and ask questions, you can. It's gonna be on the Discord. Gonna be the chat on the Discord. There's a text chat by default, but it's a stage. So if you want to do voice, you want to join the voice chat, you can. After this lesson, this one's probably take 25-30 minutes. I'm gonna record it. I'm gonna open up the stage for others to suggest topics, ask questions, and share their own products. So it's sort of like a little, I don't want to call it an open mic, but it's a place for us all to share our work and explore each other, what everyone's doing. So I hope you'll have time to make it. If you can, I'd love to see you there. But if there's topics or questions, the first post, first serve. So right now, Angel Bear says, has a little bit of an additional thing here. Can you give how to use delegates in game dev? What are the use cases of it? So we'll be exploring that. But if you want a topic or you want to share, you want to make sure that you're in line to do it, be sure to post on this thread, folks. So that's happening on Tuesday. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern time, for a continuation of this project. We'll be back on Tuesday, Wednesday next week, and oh, is that right? No. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's my schedule. So we'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here Monday. We'll be here Wednesday, Thursday. I can't my semester. I can't do Tuesday, Friday for the next couple weeks. But that's what this week's looking like, folks. As always, so happy to have you here. We're gonna find someone to raid. So bear with me a moment when we find someone here. I'm gonna find someone to raid here in a moment. Who do we got? Who haven't I raided in a while? Let's go raid Dota, folks. Dota was here earlier. Dota, what is Dota working on? Dota is doing .NET development. We're gonna check out Dota. Dota is a learning stuff. He's actually kind of amazing. But we're gonna go raid Dota, folks. Prepare for some fun. It looks like TCR and test-driven development. Let's learn how to test-driven develop. Awesome in .NET framework. All right, as always, folks, thank you so much for being here. I'm rambling at this point, so I'll try not to ramble too much. I'm gonna go raid Dota. As always, don't forget to keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a beautiful day.